2022. If you wish to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. You're not going to be speaking? No. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning. Our first case is on page 20. Inspector Brian Lopez, case number CE 211-00750, case address 1125 Northwest 5th Street, numbers 1 through 3. Owner, Max House LLC. Property posted on 3/3/22 and posted at City Hall on 3/10/22.
Good morning. Co-Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of Inspector Brian Lopez in reference to the aforementioned case number CE 211-00750, address 1125 Northwest 5th Street, units 1 through 3. Inspector Lopez inspected the property on January 7th, 2022 and cited the following violations. 9-276 subsection C3. There are rodents, vermin, and/or other pests at this location. 9-280B, complied. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, such as broken windows. And section 18-12, subsection A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or its swale. The inspector posted the inspection report on the property, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed in BCPA via mail. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 23rd and found that violations 9-276 subsection C3 and 18-12A remain as depicted in the photo. The city is requesting 10 days for compliance or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, are all in non-compliance? I have 3 things on my agenda.
There's 2 in non-compliance. 9-280B complied.
Okay,
It was a last-minute inspection performed yesterday.
okay, good. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Andre Sagdi, property manager for Max House LLC.
Okay, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within 10 days?
Yes, I actually have written text messages from the code officer saying that everything was complied last Friday, so I'm not sure what happened between then and now, but yes, we're willing to.
Okay, should give you time to sort it all out. So 10 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 211-00649, case address 1525 Northwest 18th Avenue. Owner, Allstud LLC. Property posted 3/10/2022, posted at City Hall 3/10/2022.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Lauderdale. Community Enhancement, case number CE 2110-0649, property address 1525 Northwest 18th Ave. This property was first inspected in October 3rd, 2021, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior walls of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paints. Violation 18-12-1. There are tables, chairs, coolers, and other miscellaneous items stored under the carport at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threaten or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Violation 9-280H1, The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There is broken and missing parts of the fence. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A notice of hearing was posted on property on March 10, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 18, 2022. Revealed as depicted in the photo that all violation remains. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $25 per violation for each day thereafter.
Sir, state your name again for the record.
Andre Sagdiv, property manager for Allstud LLC.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into
Yeah, we
compliance?
just started managing this property in January. I didn't know about this, so yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 7. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 21090563. Case address 3041 Northeast 49th Street. Owner BPL LLC. This case was a continuance and mandatory reappearance. It was posted at the property and City Hall on March 10th, 2022.
Good morning.
Morning.
Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 21090563. Case address is 3041 Northeast 49th Street. On 9/28/21, the property is first inspected on 9/22/21. On 9/28/21, violation 47-18.47A was given to the owner for operating a multifamily apartment as a community residence without proper approval certification. However, the violation was amended to, on 12/14/21 as follows. 47-18.32.D.5, multifamily apartment operating as an SSRF Level 5 facility, which is prohibited in this RMM 25 zone property. I spoke with the owner of the property on 12/22/21, and he said he would have to evict everyone and that he would be back in touch with me. However, he never called me again. And I received a letter from the attorney, which is in the attached photos, and submitted for the record. The letter states that they're using this property as a physician counseling property, and it includes a letter from the state of Florida that it is being used as a short-term residential treatment center. Carlan Grant, who is a principal urban planner with the City of Fort Lauderdale, sent me an email, which I would like entered for the record as well. And her email states, and I quote, "Based on the letter that was provided
I'll
on
object to
behalf
that
of the
as
property
hearsay.
owner."
Pardon me?
I'm just going to object to that entry of that letter as hearsay.
Okay,
And here-
overruled.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Based on the letter that was provided on behalf of the property owner, the use is considered a social service residential facility, an SSRF. The photos depicted show my observations made while conducting my inspections, and I would like them entered for the record as well. The emails, inspection reports, and calls for service are also in the attached documents, and I want that entered as for the record. And in one of them, the calls for service are from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, and they cover approximately the last 6 months, and there are 23 calls, including but not limited to 3 assaults and 3 disturbances. And we also have some neighbors here that would like to speak as well after the attorneys speak. And the city is requesting 63 days to get current tenants relocated or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, good morning, counsel.
Good morning. For the record, Rod Feiner. I'm an attorney representing both the property owner and the tenant at 1404 South Andrews Avenue in Fort Lauderdale. We were here 30 days ago where I had requested a continuance to investigate all this. The city did not oppose it, and you granted that. I am here again to request another 30 days. I had originally wanted 60 days, and the city and I compromised on 30 days. Let me give you a brief update on where we are and why I need the extra 30 days. An eviction action has been filed against the tenant by the landlord. That action, they've gotten service of process. That action is currently abated in the county court on the eviction action pending resolution of this matter, but eviction proceedings were commenced. In addition to that, since this time I've been doing research on this, and it appears that, A, we're not quite sure we agree with the SSRF designation, and I've been trying to meet with the city on that, but even if it was an SSRF designation, the use was established, as far as we can tell, back in 2011, and as therefore, we believe the use might be a legal nonconforming use, even if it is an SRF. The zoning code of which the officer is talking about right now, in which the SSRF level 5 would not be allowed, reflects the current code, which was amended in 2018 to adopt these type of uses. The relevant code for determining the legal nonconforming use status would be the 2011 code, and I've been trying to get my hands on that, and I've asked the city clerk for a copy of that. I've asked my contact in the zoning department if they have a copy of that. I haven't been able to get that code yet, but that's the relevant legal analysis to establish whether the use is legal nonconforming or not. Then we make that argument, and the proper way to do that is we not in this forum, but we make the argument to the zoning department. They make a ruling on whether they agree we're a legal nonconforming use or not, a vested rights determination one way or the other. And if we disagree with that, then we go to the Zoning Board of Appeals on an appeal. So we want to be able to exhaust, I guess the equivalent would be exhaust our administrative remedies prior to coming into this place where, this hearing where we're found to be in violation and a fine accrues one way or the other, and then we're coming back and asking for extensions on compliance dates one way or the other when we don't believe we're actually even in violation one way or the other. So that's the reason why I'm asking for a continuance. I understand the city objects to it. I did discuss this with the inspector beforehand, but I'm only asking for an additional 30 days, at which point, we'll come in and you'll have seen either where we filed the request for the legal nonconforming, and if we haven't done that at that time, then shame on us, because, then the magistrate and the city will have been more than patient. But we've been diligently trying to ascertain the relevant facts and legal status before coming here today.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, I did speak with Yvonne Redding, who is also an urban planner, I believe level 3, City of Fort Lauderdale, and she confirmed with me, with my thoughts. She says that that was an illegal use, therefore there is no non-conforming use with an illegal use. There is nothing in the system. It was never given any kind of certificate. There was nothing in 2011, and like I said, it would be prohibited in that zone. There is no conditional uses for it. There's no permitted uses. It's just prohibited in that zone.
Well, I'm familiar with Ms. Redding. We've worked together on a couple of other projects on zoning, and so, but I have not had the opportunity to discuss that with her one way or the other. And we'd like the ability to be able to make that argument. And if they come back and say no, we understand that. But, right now the city's telling us, well, I've spoken to this person, I've done this, I've done everything else. I haven't had the opportunity to do that, and they're not here to present testimony.
Your Honor, may I ask a question? Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. May I ask, who have you spoken with in the 35 days that you were given the continuance? Who have you tried to reach out to and speak to?
I've sent a couple of emails to Mohammed and a couple of emails to Anthony Fajardo.
And you're saying that, but you said you worked with Yvonne in the past. Did you try to reach out to Yvonne?
I did not, because I didn't know she was relevant on this. She's a planner 3, and Mohammed and Anthony are her supervisors. So I went directly to the top of the food chain.
Your Honor, we'll leave it at your discretion, Your Honor,
trouble.
but once again, we have spoke out to the relevant parties in this matter, and they have confirmed with us that this is a illegal use, and that it is not permitted in that zone. So the city stands with its original request for 63 days to relocate the tenants, or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay. City Attorney want to weigh in before?
So, yeah, thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. So a couple of things. One, Mr. Feiner knows that I've been here for a number of years. I haven't been copied on anything, didn't get a copy of the letter. I would agree with him that, those issues should be explored, even though staff is saying that they've received information, but to have the whole picture, my suggestion would be that we find the violation, we allow the 63 days for compliance, the property owner would be given that opportunity in those 63 days to explore all the options with staff to see about, if there's other administrative remedies, perhaps with a mandatory reappearance in 63 days, so that if council has received an agreement from the zoning department that there are other avenues, then he can present that, and then we can hold the case, and this case also, in abeyance pending those other possible remedies. If not, in the 63 days, we can come back and we can have the zoning administrator or employees come and testify as to why those remedies weren't available. And then, again, council will also have the ability to say, well, the eviction is going forward, so.
It seems to me, counsel, that suggestion gives you even more time to get this resolved. And if I put you on my docket for May 26th, which is 63 days, then if you have a good faith argument, you'll come back and tell me about it, and we'll go from there.
All right, so just so I'm clear, and I know Ms. Hassan for many years, normally I don't copy when I'm dealing with zoning on this stuff, even if it's a code case. If you want me to from now on, I'm more than happy to, of course. And we've corresponded in the past, so no problems. The only thing I would want to make sure then, Your Honor, is that even if you find the property to be in violation with the 63-day compliance, it is A, without prejudice to extend to request further, but it's B, without prejudice to make these arguments that we're not in violation. Because if you find a violation with time to come into compliance, we're deemed to have been in violation of the code.
I can overrule my last order.
Okay.
At the next hearing if I want to. I mean, that's part of my power, so I don't think it's necessary to say it's without prejudice. I think, when you come back in 63 days, I'll either reaffirm my order or I'll change it.
That's fine.
So, okay, but
Your Honor,
I feel
yeah,
neighbors are here. I think I need to hear from them before I rule.
That's fine, Your Honor. And because we're talking about doing this, I mean, I would normally ask the inspector if she's done other police runs of the surrounding area and see what the volume of calls is on that
I'm sure you
versus
can
this
pull
property.
crime stats
And
and
I could do that, but just when she gives that testimony, it's without any necessary basis of comparison. So you'll forgive me if I find it a tad suspect.
Also, I would
hear
just
you.
like to add that Carleen Grant, we will make sure that she's available at the next hearing. She was on vacation this week. That's the only reason that she's not appearing today.
Okay, all right, so it seems like a good solution. Okay, now who would like to speak?
Jerome Hector, I'm the attorney for the landlord. We have a residential lease. We weren't aware that there was an issue. And as soon as we found out there was, we started the eviction. So we've been in good faith as far as that's concerned.
Okay.
Really, we have the same problem that they have, though, and that is got a number of people that
Need to be relocated.
need to be moved. And
Yeah,
we're
okay.
moving on the case, but they're resisting very strongly. So
Okay,
not in bad faith, and we would ask that the fine not accrue until after another hearing.
okay, I understand. Please state your name for the record.
Kristen Seiss.
Okay, Ms. Seitz, tell me what you have observed.
So, all right, good morning, everyone. So I'm here to represent the homeowners of the 49th Street Townhome Association. Please know that beyond simple representation, I am also here specifically as an individual who has had an unfortunate firsthand negative experience from this facility operating outside of its allowable requirements. I want all present to understand that our community fully recognizes the need for and the benefit of such facilities. However, over this time, the facility has been in operation. We've had many negative effects from their presence. To name a few, there's constant altercations, screaming and arguing that happens at very high volume daily, and at many times the police and EMS are called. There's constant foot traffic from residents where they typically are walking to the convenience store around the corner and at times smoking what smells like marijuana. There has also been an increase in the litter along our street. There is also massive influx in speeding up and down the street, which is what led to my altercation one night walking home from dinner. The driver was asked to slow down and instead jumped out of his vehicle, called me obscene names, and spat on my fiance, and claimed to be selling drugs to people in our neighborhood. I'm still in shock that that happened on the street, that I call home and fear when the next person like this is going to move into this facility. Please also note that.
Are you sure that that person came from this facility? Okay.
And he was actually removed, but it still occurred.
Yeah.
And also this place, there's been other tenants before this company, and there was never any issues like this.
Okay.
We have also begun to find hypodermic needles, one in front of my house, and then a couple across the street between the two buildings. There's another apartment complex next door, and there's a frequent amount of vehicles that that come to visit the tenants there, and instead of parking on that property, they seem to be parking on our street or in other apartment complexes parking lot, and they appear to be making small deliveries to people there. If it was a food delivery, why can't they just go to that direct building? And then also, we have had many house contracts get canceled once the potential buyer realizes what is across the street, and it's affecting the property values probably from 100 to 150K. So it is clear that this facility cannot continue on our street and must be relocated to allow an otherwise respectable, beautiful neighborhood to return to normal. And please note, I am stressing relocated, as these individuals deserve proper rehab, but this must occur in a proper location that is in code and zoning compliant for the purpose in which it serves.
Okay, to address council's issue on crime in the area, before this was a rehab facility, did you experience any crime in this? You know, not any crime, every neighborhood's got some crime, but to the extent that you're discussing?
Never. And I've lived there since 2013.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I am going to I'm going to find that there's enough evidence that the violation exists. I am going to order 63 days to come into compliance, or $100 a day thereafter. And I am issuing an order to reappear on my docket of May 26, 2022.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 51. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 211-00664. Case address 3021 Northwest 19th Street. Owner R. Dafa LLC and care of Family Dollar. Attention Leasing Accounting ST number 30486. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 3/24/22. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fines are due to start March 25th, 2022, and this was in order to reappear.
Hello. Good morning. Reggie White speaking, Co-Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. As read, this case is for Family Dollar, 3021 Northwest 19th Street, presenting the case for Manny Garcia. I spoke to the representative of Family Dollar, and as of his testimony, and he will present that the wall is in compliance. Of course, we need to do a reinspection to verify if the wall is in compliance.
Okay. All right. Please state your name for the record.
Attorney Randy Lipkin, on behalf of the tenant Family Dollar and authorized representative of the owner.
Okay. Are you in agreement that the property is in compliance?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to grant a 14-day extension to give the inspector a chance to go out and re-inspect, and I will suspend the fines during that period.
I have photographs I was provided this morning showing the walls in compliance. I'd like to present them as evidence, but it's on my phone. I don't know how to present it.
Okay, why don't you show them to the inspector, and he can tell you how you can submit them.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 45. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 21070533. Case address 2333 Northwest 15th Court. Owners Richard and Melanie White. This case was first heard on 11/9/21 to comply by 12/14/21. Suspended 2/4/22 to 3/24/22. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day, $10,650 accrued. And this was in order to reappear.
Katrina, can you please repeat the page number?
Page 45,
Thank you.
2333 Northwest 15th Court.
Okay, thank you. Reggie White presenting, case CE 21070533 for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. As of the day of this hearing, the following violations remain. 9-304B, vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn is still not in compliance. 18-4C is compliance. 18-12A, the violation of trash, rubbish, and debris on the swell is not in compliance. 47-34.4B1 complied. 47-34.1A1 is in compliance. Section 9-305B, as of this day, is not in compliance. The landscape at the property is not being maintained in neat and well-kept appearance. As of this day, the city would like to request a full imposition of fines.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Richard White, W-E-I-T.
Okay, Mr. White, why is it taking so long to get this property into compliance?
Everything is in compliance. I was told that Mr. Garcia would be out yesterday to do the inspection. Evidently, he didn't show up, and the city has not checked the property. If you want, we could go out right now. Everything is in compliance.
All right.
Yeah, the record shows as of the last inspection, the property is not in compliance. I cannot recall if an inspection was scheduled for yesterday or not. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia isn't here today.
But my pictures are old. They're February 18th is the last pictures I have. So if you can't show that it's been inspected recently, I'm
Excuse me,
inclined.
Your Honor, might I remind you of the fact that there was a tenant the last time I was here.
Sir, please don't speak while I'm speaking.
I apologize.
I'm inclined to give 14 days so it can be re-inspected and see if the gentleman is correct that it's in compliance. Now, sir, what would you like to tell me?
I was reminding you of the fact the last time I was in eviction with the tenant, and the case was held up because there was a stipulation in effect, and I had to wait until the people didn't pay me according to the stipulation.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give you a 14-day extension and suspend the fines during that period, and they will go out and re-inspect.
Fine. Will they call me so I could go out? Because I have to have my man there when they're doing the inspection to get on into the property if they have to.
Yes, sir. I'll reach out to you. I'll give you a call, and I'll give you my card.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Apologize for this day.
No problem.
Our next case is on page 43. Inspector Darren Emmons. Case number CE 22010451. Case address 2341 Northwest 15th Street. Owner Christopher Rolland. This property was cited on 1/19/22 to comply by 2/3/22. One section not complied at $250 per day. $12,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Morning, Your Honor. Darren Emmons, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting for the case and property is read. This property was first inspected on 1/19/22 and a citation was issued for the following violation. 9-363, an application for registration shall be made for each residential dwelling unit. On On February the 3rd, 22, a reinspection was performed by Tennille Davidson with our agency, and the property was still not registered. On 3/3/22, the property was posted by myself. No appeal has been received for these violations. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines. I would like to submit my case file and photos to the court for evidence.
Okay, sir. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Christopher Rowland.
Okay, have you filed an appeal in this case?
No, ma'am, I have not. I actually thought that I had registered the property and realized later that I didn't.
Okay, here's the deal. If you don't file for an appeal, then everything the city says is deemed admitted, and I have no discretion but to enter the fine. You do have the possibility, though, of going through the lien reduction process, and then I could possibly be more lenient then. So for today, I have to impose the fine because it's a citation and no appeal was taken. However, I would encourage you to go through the lien reduction process.
Is it too late to ask for an extension to file the appeal?
At this point, it is, because is there any reason for an extension at this point?
To be honest with you, I didn't know that the process actually went this way. I did get his information. It was my mistake. I thought that I had gone online and taken care of everything, and did not realize until later.
That an extension will solve the problem, because they don't give me any discretion if you don't file the appeal to do anything but enter the fine. So unfortunately, that's what I have to do. But in the lien reduction process, if you're diligent, you could explain everything to me when you come back in that process, and maybe I can work with you, okay?
Okay. Your Honor, how do I go through the lien reduction process?
Pardon me?
How do I go through the lien reduction process?
Somebody will give you some instruction right there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 5. Inspector Paulette Delgrasso, case number CE 211-20141, case address 1208 Northeast 16th Avenue. Owners Claudia Alvarez and Troy Fulford. This property was posted on 3/9/22 and posted at City Hall on 3/10/22.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. The property was initially inspected on December 7th and cited for the following violation: 47-21-9K. Decorative stone or gravel is being utilized at this location in excess of the maximum 10% of the total landscape area. I prepared an inspection report for posting on site and emailed same to the owner of record by locating his contact information through city water billing records. The inspection report allowed for 30 days to restore the excess graveled yard back to sod and, if attempting to create parking spaces, obtain the requisite permit. The phone number to the permit department was also provided on the inspection report. The owner, Troy Fulford, began communicating immediately with both me and my supervisor, Julio Davila, and expressed his dissatisfaction with receiving the violation. To date, the yard remains graveled in excess of the 10% total landscaped area. Therefore, the city is requesting 35 days to cure or $25 per day thereafter. I would like to submit for the record email correspondence between the city and the owner, as well as a copy of the inspection report, which specified exactly what to do in order to comply. In addition, the first page depicts a photo of what the yard looked like before the recent gravel installation.
Thank you.
first and then I went into that.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Troy Fulford.
Okay. And what would you like to tell me?
Well, first I have a question. How much time do I have in front of the board here today? Allowable time.
There's no set time.
Okay, good. I
but
got 22 emails.
I beg your pardon, sir?
22 emails between Paulette, Julio, and myself, basically starting as soon as she contacted me about this situation. Could you read through those? That states the whole entire case. Everything's on writing.
Okay, why don't you just tell me what your position is?
My position is I object to this being as, this is in the neighborhood of Lake Ridge. Are you familiar with Lake Ridge?
I am not.
No. It's in East Fort Lauderdale, just north of Sunrise Boulevard.
Okay.
95% of the homes in this community have over 10% gravel in their front yard. Is that not true, Julio?
First of all, sir, this is not like an interactive hearing.
Oh, yes.
Uh,
So I'm trying to state my
Record Rhonda
case.
Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. So we're here on your property.
Yes.
Your violation. If you would
Right.
like to make complaints on other properties, you're more than
Which
welcome.
I have done.
You're more than welcome to do so with specificity, and we'll be happy to follow up on those as we do for all complaints. But today, we're here on your property. And so the question would be, as the magistrate's already asked, what's your position as to your property, and how much time do you feel you would need to comply with the violation?
I don't believe there's a violation.
Okay, well,
So-
I can
And
see.
that being said, I have pictures here as well. If I could present those to the board.
Sure.
Could I walk them up there?
Yeah. No, you can give them.
In those pictures, you'll see crack pipes, you'll see needles, you'll see chairs on roofs, you'll see all kinds of other things. At my neighboring property, you'll see properties with 100% gravel.
Sir, please don't speak while I'm speaking. It's hard for the record. It's hard for me.
Gotcha.
And it doesn't do you any favors. I'm not going to entertain other properties at this point. I have to stick to your property. So if you do not have anything to dispute the violation, and I think it's going to be hard to do that because I could see from the pictures it is in violation. Can you bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
I've tried to do that in the 22 emails here. It's me and my wife, my fiance here, have gone and met with Julio specifically. We met with 4 people from different departments in a meeting. We were there for 2 hours. Each one of them contradicted each other on how we can resolve this. One person said we can put pavers down. One person said it has to be asphalt. One person said it can't be drain rock because it doesn't drain properly. Nobody had an answer for me. If I knew an answer, I would have done it. I would have fixed it. The property literally is the same as every other surrounding property in Lake Ridge.
I don't want to hear that again.
I know, but it's the truth.
Well, it may be the truth, but they're not in front of me right now, so I can't.
Why not? I don't understand why am I getting a fine, a violation when
That's your only argument then.
it's not my only argument. I've got 22 emails of me talking to Julio, the supervisor of the board.
Okay. How is he to resolve this?
I objected to this on day one.
Okay.
Special
Tell me
Magistrate.
for the record how he needs to bring this property into compliance, please.
Yes, thank you.
Julio Davila, Co-Compliance Supervisor. So we did meet and we provided myself, people from, individuals from the engineering department, Ms. Caroline Yeakel, Mr. Bert Ford with our zoning department, as well as Ms. Laura Tooley with our landscape department, all met with Mr. Fulford, provided him the options as to some things that could be done and some things that couldn't be done in order to come into compliance, because there's various ways to come into compliance. There is no silver bullet. There's many ways depending on what he wants with his feasibility, whether he wants pavers, whether he wants stamped concrete, whether he wants to asphalt the property, whether he just wants to put it back to the original condition. All of those are options for compliance, and there's many, many different ways that he can bring the property back into compliance using any of those means or a combination of those means. That would really ultimately be up to him and his choice, what he wants for his property. We're just here, what we want is just to make sure that it's done through permitting process and for our departments to be able to confirm that the property no longer exceeds the requirement of 10% for gravel on the property. As long as that is done, he'll be in compliance and we can move forward.
That's an impossibility. Every single home in Lake Ridge has over 10% gravel.
Okay,
So
all right.
that's
I'm
that's
done
that's
with
an
that
impossibility.
argument, sir.
I'm sure, but
That
the
argument.
fact is, it's true, and it's the truth.
Yeah.
The
and-
pictures
and
are true.
at
You'd
some
see the
point
pictures.
At some point, they'll be in front of me as well, but they're not today. So I can give you a little extra time. I'm going to give you 42 days to bring the property into compliance or $25 a day thereafter.
What is compliance?
He's already just said.
He just said 5 different things. Which one of them is it?
Not more than 10% gravel.
Not more than 10% gravel.
Yes.
And the 10 other homes within eyesight of my house.
Sir, your hearing is over. I have ruled.
I'm sure you have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good job.
Our next case is on page 18. Inspector Brian Lopez. Case number CE 21090518. Case address 2201 Northwest 6th Street. Owners Alvin Lewis and Levitric Lewis. Property posted 3/2/22, post at City Hall 3/10/22. And Supervisor Julio Davila presenting.
Good morning again, Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor. On behalf of Inspector Brian Lopez, presenting case number CE 21090518, address 2201 Northwest 6th Street. Inspector Lopez inspected the property on September 22nd, 2021, and cited for the following violations. 18-12 subsection A, complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The inspector posted an inspection report on the property, and the inspections were mailed per required mailing, certified mail, and first class. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 23rd, 2022, and found that the violation on section 9-305B remain as depicted in the photos. The resident is here today and property owner is here today, and he would like to request some additional time for compliance, as it's a little bit of a complicated case where the city has used his property and it's causing him an ability to comply with it. So we're not opposed to his request, to be able to figure out what's the best way moving forward for him to be able to get this property into compliance. He's also, I believe, in the process of trying to develop the property.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
The name is Al Lewis.
Okay, and how much time are you asking for?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Code Enforcement, Mr. Davila, for working with me, and 98 days will be sufficient. But I just would like to say that the city did use the property, as he said, for a staging area. And as you can see here, they put a lot of rocks and gravel on my property, and it's just a continuation of the rock and gravel. The sediment from the rocks have soaked into the gravel, and that one little space on a swell area will not adhere to any grass at all because of the sediment in there. And 98 days is sufficient, and thank you, sir. But I can take 98 months, ma'am, and it's not going to grow. It's not going to grow because of the way the city has soaked it in there. And I got pictures where they had gravel, dirt, rocks continuously on there. And it's a small piece on the swell area there, just a very small piece.
So why won't something grow there now?
Well, because the rock sediment, as you see the rock sediment that they put there, that they put on my lot, the rock sediment there. And you can see your code enforcement, your code people there, right there in front of it there. And the rock sediment that they put there has soaked into the ground. It's like a rock pit now. And it just will not grow. It just will not grow no matter what. So I can request 98 days, which I thank you very much. But 98 weeks and 98 months is still not gonna grow, ma'am. It's not gonna grow. The city, see, and I never mind the city using my property as a staging area because the guys, we had a very, very adequate, relationship. They would use the property and they would come back and knock it out and cut it for me. And so, hey, no problem with using it. But when they wrote me a citation, I was a little surprised that, you know, even the police used because I was a deputy, I was a police officer myself, and they used my property to write citations. They come through that stop sign there. So I didn't mind, so I was a little surprised when they wrote me that citation on there. But 98 days, great, thank you, sir. But 98 months is still not gonna grow. And the city did make an attempt, as you can see, the tractors they sent out to dig up the gravel. But when they dug it up, that is so, my property is now a rock pit that the city has created for me. And so it's just not gonna do it. No matter 98 months will not grow it.
So I'm hoping within that time period, you know, we try to find some type of solution.
Okay.
And I gotta admit that he's been great.
All right, I'm inclined to give a 98-day extension, but, you know, I'm disinclined to fines at this time until you can see what the city can work out. So I'm gonna give a 98-day extension,
Yes,
no
ma'am.
fines, and, do you want a reappearance?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you'll reappear in front of me in June, on my June 30th docket, and
30th.
hopefully
Yes,
by
ma'am.
then, everything will be resolved, okay?
ma'am.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Special Master.
Our next case is on page 49. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 22010372. Case address 1416 Southwest 19th Street. Owner Gustavo Perez. This case was cited on 11422 to comply by 12922. One section complied at $200 per day, $7,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeals was received for this citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city for case number CE 22010372, located at 1416 Southwest 19th Street. That property was cited on 1/14/2022 to comply by 1/19/2022 for the violation 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. There was no appeal received. And as stated already, the city is requesting the full amount be imposed.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Good morning, my name is Gustavo Zing.
Okay, sir, did you file an appeal in this case?
I did not, there was a misunderstanding because I have a property manager who takes care of the property as I work overseas. And hence why we took a little bit longer to take care of all the licenses and stuff, but as of now, the license has been taken care of. There was an inspection which was approved.
Okay, well,
so-
I appreciate your diligence, and if this were another type of hearing, I could hear all that and work with you. But because there was no appeal filed, I have no discretion but to enter the fine. But you can go through the lien reduction process, tell me everything that you did and what your position is, and then I will try to lower the fine at that point, okay?
And what would happen considering the license has been approved? Am I able to keep renting the property or do I have to?
You're in compliance now, so you can continue to rent the property while you go through the lien reduction process. That's
Your Honor,
correct.
I'll be glad to discuss any questions he has.
Yes.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Yes, and I would encourage you to go through that process because your diligence will act in your favor.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Our next case is on page 33. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 22030065. Case address 719 Northeast 17th Road. Owner 719 Northeast 17th Road, Victoria Park, LLC. Property was posted 3/7/2022 and posted at City Hall on 3/10/2022. I'm sorry, hold on, Lenny. Do we have a property owner here for 719? Okay, what we do have here is the neighbors, so continue, and then we'll come back to that particular case.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 10. Inspector Wilson Quintero. Case number CE 21090094. Case address 417 Northwest 15 Terrace. Owner Maxine Davis. Property posted 2/15/22. Posted at City Hall 3/10/22.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior 269, on behalf of the city, I'm presenting case number CE 21090094 for the address located at 417 Northwest 15 Terrace. Inspector Emmons, number 311, first inspect this residential occupied property on 9/3/2021, following an action item complaint, and the following code violation were cited. 18-4C is in compliance. 9-288, 9-278E, the metal shutters are down on the property. 18-12.8 is in compliance. 9-308B, there is debris, trash, or another element which is not a permanent on the roof, including but not limited to a blue tarp. 18-1, there is an excessive accumulation of items stored in the front porch enclosure of this property. In this condition, it creates a public nuisance in that it adversely affects and impairs the economic welfare of adjacent properties and may become infested or inhabited by rodents or other vermin. This is a not permitted land use in RX8 zoning per ULDR table 47-5.11 point. Section 2427.b is in compliance. The posting and legal documents has been done by Department of Protocol. The case was transferred to me by Area Inspector Lopez. I have been in contact with Ms. Davis and tried to get some help with the code violations, but it's not opening up right now. She's trying too hard to get in property into compliance. The property is 100% homestead, and the violation remains as depicted on the property. The city is recommending 126 days to come into compliance, or $25 a day to begin to accrue for each violation.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Maxine Davis.
Ms. Davis, looks like you made a good start on this. 126 days good enough to complete the work?
I'll try, yes.
Okay, all right, we appreciate that. And if you run into any problems, make sure you keep in touch with the inspector so the fines don't begin to run after that.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'd like to speak on behalf of Ms. Davis, and I want to thank you, Inspector, for trying to. She's has some physical limitations, and she's on medication and on a limited income. My name is Rodney Baltimore, for the record. I'm with CMG Media, Cox Media Group, and we're trying to assist her. I reached out to Thor Fairclough from Habitat Humanity. I reached out to Commissioner McKenzie to try to assist her. She's doing the best that she can with what she's got. She's got some medical conditions that prevent her from doing extensive work, but she's been doing everything on her own. So just please be patient and have that, stated for the record.
We'll do the 126 days, and then if, like I said, if she runs into problems, call the inspector. We'll try to work with her as best we can.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senior Inspector Quintero, we thank you for your time. You'll be signing off after this. We appreciate you. This is his last magistrate hearing. He's retiring.
Good luck.
Our next case is on page 35. It is an administrative appeal. Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 22020890. Case address 1134 Northwest 6th Street. Owner CHDS LLC. And again, this is an administrative appeal.
Good morning. Mark Aguilera, Code Compliance Officer on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2202-0890 for property located at 1134 Northwest 6th Street. Based on a complaint received, a night inspection was conducted on March 4th, 2022. Upon arrival, contact was made with multiple neighbors who all complained about the music level coming from Smitty's wings, stating that this is an ongoing problem. 3 noise decibel readings in 30-second increments were taken from the complainant's RS8 zoned residential property line located at 535 Northwest 12th Avenue at 10 p.m. on the east side of the driveway. The results from the readings registered at 56 decibels, 58 decibels, and 58 decibels again. The maximum permissible noise level after 10 p.m. in a RS8 residentially zoned property is 50 decibels. A citation warning was issued giving 1 hour to come into compliance. The business was closed within the hour, therefore the case was closed and no fines were assessed. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violation existed based on the evidence presented to the magistrate. I would like to submit the citation warning and video evidence for the record. If the city prevails, the city is requesting a $75 appeal fee be imposed on the property. And I have the complainant as well as other neighbors who were witnesses that evening.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Christopher Smith, owner, 1134 Northwest 6th Street, resident, 1740 Northwest 3rd Court. I'm a little confused right now because I filed this complaint in order to get that video and get other information. On the night that I was issued this, I sent in a public records request requesting this video and any other complaints. I got 0. I followed up a week and a half ago. We sent another public records request that was sent out requesting this video and any other information. We got nothing. I come here today, all of a sudden there's a video, but I still received no public records request so that I can adequately plead my case before you. So I asked for a continuance and urging the city to comply with Florida statute and give me the necessary information for me to defend myself.
Good morning, Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. We did not receive a records request. Do you know who you sent that records request to?
Yes, through the city clerk's office. And then I followed up last week. I can give you the names right now. If you can check with the city clerk's office, we did a follow-up a week and a half ago.
Correct. So we did receive that. I believe it is completed. If you want this, the evidence, we're not holding it up. We can present the evidence.
I see you have it now, but I never received anything in order to prepare for today.
In the request, did you state that you wanted the video?
Yes. In the first request, I stated all evidence.
Okay.
When I didn't get anything, we sent a second request in which the woman from code enforcement from clerk's office specifically wrote in there video, because I asked the gentleman to see the video that night and he refused to show me that night. So in the second request, I specifically requested the video that he refused to show me, which I thought was unreasonable, that night. But now I come here today and there's a video.
Well, we have evidence to show that there was a violation. We've had complaints over the past few months about the noise, and we're here for the violation that you see right now today.
Okay, I'd like to hear from the city attorney on the records request not being timely done in order for him to prepare for this hearing and what the position is on extension.
Thank you, Your Honor. Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. I'll take Mr. Smith at his word that he did the request, didn't come to me, made through the city clerk, which is the proper channel. I think it would be appropriate to continue it so he can further evaluate the video evidence and come back and prepare properly for the hearing. What I would suggest, Your Honor, is that since the neighbors are here, perhaps we could consider taking their testimony so they don't have to come back a second time, and then we would just hold continue the hearing to allow Mr. Smith time to present his case.
Okay.
And attorney, while you let those residents, present their side of the case, we're reviewing to see if we actually sent those videos to the attorney. So
Okay.
we are reviewing our records.
Laura Comer is the person.
Who?
Is there Laura Comer, Comer?
There is?
Yes.
She works part-time, but yes.
Yes, so check with, she received the second one. And,
Okay,
the
so
second one in which we specifically referenced the video.
Your Honor, can we,
I'm inclined to grant your extension, but let me hear from the neighbors so that they don't have to come back. Who's going to speak? Okay, please state your name for the record, sir.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Briggs. I live across the street from Smitty's Wings. That night, the decibel meter code enforcement, I was told to come here, but I have my own decibel meter as well, and it did read above 50 decibels. We've actually been dealing with this for the last 9 months. We've contacted the head of police, chief of police, code enforcement, head of association. We've even been in an email thread with Dean Trantalis's office regarding this. I've already lost a roommate because they do not want to live across the street from a consistent party. And I wrote this. I just wanted a chance to say the empty lot across the street from Smitty's is owned by the City of Fort Lauderdale Redevelopment Company, also known as the CRA, has been rented out to Christopher Smith according to the FLPD. This lot is a lot where a lot of the noise comes from the Smitty's patrons who park their cars in the lot, set up lawn chairs, drink alcohol out of their cars while playing very loud music. This noise is so loud due to the subwoofers and the cars parked in it vibrates my entire house. It has been brought to my attention that this is illegal land use because there is no primary use on the property. So you cannot have a secondary use, which is parking under any circumstance. It's against zoning code. According to code enforcement, I genuinely do not want to have to be that person who's having to call code enforcement on a business, but after 9 months of continuous nuisance, I can no longer stand it. I want to be at peace in my home and not hear the music in the backyard or in my home. My roommate would have to get up early and couldn't sleep due to the noise on multiple nights of the week, so he moved out. It affected me financially. Lastly, I wanted to say that I'm happy Chris Smith is giving so many jobs back to the community, and I really would like to work on respectfully coexisting together in this neighborhood. The problem is not the business itself, it's the patrons that blast their subwoofers and speakers so loud that the house is actually shaking.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we're gonna,
Your Honor, I think there are other.
oh. Yes, I thought you were speaking on behalf. Okay, go ahead.
He was.
Please state your name.
Judy Bell.
Okay, Judy, what,
I wanted to say about, I have down here on my phone, letting you know, thank you, letting you know and see what goes on in the neighborhood, because I take a lot of pictures. I have to come outside. This is a nuisance because I take care of my mom. She's 91. And I've asked him to please turn down the music because it affects me and it affects her.
sure.
I had to call the paramedics for me because it was giving me heart palpitations. And it's just too much. It's just too much.
Yes. I understand. I understand. And
Calling the police, I have a problem with that because I called so many times. They don't want to come out.
yeah, I understand. Okay. All right, guys, I want to show you the buck's going to stop with me, but I have to give this gentleman time to look over the evidence from the city. And so this hearing will be rescheduled. If you want to submit your pictures in the meantime, please do, and we'll do whatever we can to assist.
Okay, thank
You're welcome. I have one more to hear from.
My name is Pedro Andrade. Sorry. The main concern with this lot is the lot that's in front of his business, which people park there. It's not the actual business that's the issue. They're able to maintain the noise in their parking lot and in their business, but the people who park in the empty lot are the people who are causing the problem. They hang out there over an hour past the business hours, and they're blasting music, just hanging out. Like, they just need to fence off the lot. That's the main issue with the problem, is that lot.
Okay,
That's all I have to say.
thank you very much. Counsel, I'll give you the last word.
Well, I think that was the last word. The
Okay.
concern I have is that I keep getting blamed, and now I'm facing fines. And the reason I appealed something that's not a fine is because this is the first step. So if people park in that lot and they're blasting music, then I get a $250 fine, then a $500 fine, then a $1,000 fine for something that is not me. I have one speaker facing north. They cannot hear my music. They're hearing,
You own the property that?
yes,
That the parking
Yes.
lot is on?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so it is your responsibility.
no, I don't, no, not where the parking and the people are parking and playing music. I do not own that lot.
Okay,
I own the building and the business. And we do play music that we stop at before 10 o'clock. That's why I wanted this video, because we stopped before 10. But again, even in their testimony, they're talking about something I don't own and people I don't control. This is a police issue, but now as a business owner, I'm facing fines that will double every time for something that is not mine.
park in this parking lot.
Yes.
Okay.
But how is that a responsibility of mine if they stay there after I close and play music?
Okay, well, if you owned the property, it's always your responsibility.
But I don't own the property, so
Okay,
let's go
so-
from that premise.
That's another story. What I'm gonna
Yes.
do is I'm gonna grant your request for an extension for 35 days. I'd like the city to check into the ownership of that parking lot and we'll go from there. So 35 days, and in order to reappear on my very next docket, April 28th, okay?
Yeah, and I just want to add too, this particular violation was from the music emitting from the actual establishment, not from the parking lot. So I just want to note that.
Okay, all right.
Also, he said that he also rents out part of city property.
We were talking to the CRA about that.
Marcus said he does not own that property. You cannot rent out part of the city's property. All the videos here and all the traffic, and I couldn't even get out my driveway Sunday.
Multiple times we connected.
Right.
Cars are parked on the side of the road. They were citated. But then after that, they stopped.
If you want to, what about?
Okay, all right. I appreciate all of your testimony, and I will do my best to assist you. And this is going to be adjourned till my next docket on April 28th. You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 18. Inspector Brian Lopez, case number CE 21050511, case address 1612 Northwest 6th Street, owner Ralph Rachels, property posted 3222, posted at City Hall 31022.
Good morning. Co-compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of Inspector Brian Lopez, presenting case CE 21050511, address 1612 Northwest 6th Street. Inspector Lopez inspected the property initially on May 19th, 2021, and cited for the following violations. 47-19.9, there is outdoor storage consisting of a barbecue pit on a trailer, wood, containers, and other miscellaneous items at this property. And 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The inspector posted the inspection report, and subsequent mailing via certified mail and regular mail was conducted. A pre-hearing inspection was also conducted on March 23rd, 2022, and found that both violations, sections 47-19.9 and 9-306 remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 21 days to comply or a daily fine of $25 per day thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Ralph Rachel. I am the owner of the property at 1612 Northwest 6th Street.
Okay, can you bring the property into compliance within 21 days?
I'm sort of confused here.
Okay,
If he inspected that property yesterday, the only thing that he would probably find there is that barbecue pit. He should have seen someone working on the property. The building itself is stucco, so there is not paint that's peeling. It's stucco, and in the past, the material that he found there was material used to repair the roof. The roof was leaking. The roof was being repaired. If you look in the back, you can see where part of the eaves had been removed, and they were a different color, and it was new wood. He found the tar paper that was on the ground next to that barbecue pit that was being used, that had been used, and that was just the excess that was still there. It was still worth something, so it wasn't going to be just disposed of in the trash. So as of yesterday, the place were pressure cleaned to get rid of the stains that he's talking about.
okay. All right, so 21 days should be enough time for him to go out and re-inspect, and we'll go from there.
Okay, I do appreciate that. However, I would like to, if I may, I've owned this property for about 21 years, and in that time frame, after maybe about 10 years of owning this property, all I get, each time that they rotate the inspectors in that area, I get telephone calls of people wanting to buy that property. I had intentions of developing the property myself, but they called code enforcement, and I know this to be true. They called them to more or less report violations that they make up or that are not there. The neighbors in that area will tell you that that property is kept better than any other property along 6th Street.
Okay.
And
sir,
what
but-
I'm
but
saying,
the inspectors have an obligation to investigate any complaint regardless of where it comes from. And if they find a violation, it's their responsibility to write it up. So it's unfortunate that you maybe have somebody that is not, has an agenda, but that doesn't stop them from having to investigate. And if it is indeed a violation, to write it up. So I'm going to give you 21 days to bring the property into compliance, or a fine of $25 a day thereafter.
may I continue, please? I'd like to say one thing. And after a while, this becomes harassment. The things that they find, and if you looked at the pictures or whatever there, you'll see that this doesn't make any sense.
Sir, I've looked at the pictures and I've made my ruling.
I'd like to say thank you, but I feel like I'm being treated unfairly here.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, but that building from the pictures is badly stained, and the barbecue pit looks like it's still being stored on the property, so.
Okay, I'd like to know why I cannot store that barbecue pit there. The barbecue pit is being used. You've never seen a barbecue pit that's,
Could you explain to him what makes this barbecue pit a violation and not, a regular barbecue?
So, I mean, we specified in the violation all the different, items that weren't allowed per the city's code of ordinances, and that's one of them. We did it initially in the inspection report, and then upon his receipt of the notice of violation, and now here today in front of you. It's not allowed, and also the storage of the current items that you see on your screen as well is not allowed. I believe the building is vacant, not being occupied, and therefore there should be no other type of storage related to a use that doesn't, exist there currently. Property's not allowed for storage, and it's a vacant building especially.
All right, 21 days or $25 a day thereafter. Next case.
They think that this is my home.
Our next case is on page 21. Inspector Bovrig-Xantis, case number CE 200-71321, case address 1149 Northwest 15th Street, owner Sidney and Michelle Ford and Kenyatta Ford, property posted 3322 Post at City Hall 31022.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis, on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2007-1321, property address 1149 Northwest 15th Street. This property was first inspected on July 30th, 2020, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-4C is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-305A is complied. Violation 9-304B is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on property on March 3rd, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 18, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 21 days to comply, or a fine of $25 per day per violation.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Carlos Cárdenas.
Do you agree to bring the property into compliance within the next 21 days? Looks like you got most of it done already.
Yes, I did, ma'am. The only question would be that I understand I gotta replace a large piece of fence, and that's probably gonna require a permit, so I'm not sure if 21 days I'll be able to pull a permit with the city.
That's not in front of me today, so.
Oh, it's not? It's another case.
I'm
No,
sorry, I guess you have another case
Yes,
on
I
my
do.
docket.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute,
Oh,
okay?
okay.
All right.
Then yes, the answer is yes, 21 days is plenty of time for the other thing.
Okay, good.
The next case for this property is on
Thank
page 27 with Inspector Bovrig-Xantis, case number CE 211-20400, case address 1149 Northwest 15th Street, owner Sidney Michelle Ford and Kenyatta Ford. This property was posted on 3/3/22 and posted at City Hall on 3/10/22.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2112-0400, property address 1149 Northwest 15th Street. This property was first inspected on December 17, 2021, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, debris, rubbish on this property in its well. Violation 47-34.4.B.1 is withdrawn. Violation 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass and the lawn area, as well as the asphalt driveway. The blacktop is faded and need to be recoated. Violation 9-280H1. The wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are missing part and panels sections on the fence. The city is requesting 21 days to correct the violation, or a fine of $25 per day for each violation day after.
Okay, sir, please state your name again for the record.
Carlos Cárdenas.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the rest of the property into compliance?
I am. The only thing, as I mentioned before, is the 21 days. I don't know if the building department will have the permit ready by then for the fence. Other than that, I'm okay with the time frame. I did bring some photos. I wanted to clarify about the landscaping, because I bought the house yesterday, literally.
Okay.
I put some sod in the front already. I'm not sure if I haven't had the opportunity to discuss with the inspector.
Yeah, you can discuss with the
Okay.
inspector after the, does he have enough time with 21 days to get a fence permit?
Your Honor, I would not say that that's enough time for him, but it's just some panels of the fence that are missing. All he has to do is just replace them. Okay.
Okay, does that need a permit?
Yeah, he will need a permit for that, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna give you 35 days, and if you run into a problem, contact the inspector.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 18. Inspector Brian Lopez, case number CE 211-10141, case address 1207 Northwest 14th Street, Owners Jesse and Sabrina Singletary and Dorothy Ingram. Property posted 3/2/22, posted at City Hall 3/10/22.
Good morning, Code Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of Inspector Brian Lopez, presenting case CE 2111-0141, address 1207 Northwest 14th Street. Inspector Lopez inspected the property on January 19th, 2022, and cited the following violations. In Section 9-305, subsection B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale area. 9-304B, there are vehicles, including a jet ski on a trailer, parked on the grass lawn area. The inspector posted the property with the relevant notices, and the notices were also sent via first class and certified mail. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 23rd, 2022, and found that both violations, 9-305 subsection B and 9-304 subsection B, remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 42 days to come to compliance, or a daily fine of $25 per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Sabrina Singletary.
Okay, ma'am. Can you bring the property into compliance within 42 days?
Question about the jet ski. It can't be parked in the backyard on a trailer? That's in the backyard. It's not in the front yard. That's in the back of my home. It's been there since 2019 in that same location.
If it's on the trailer, it needs to be parked in the hardened surface. So the driveway?
In my backyard.
It
I
needs
have
to
a driveway in my backyard.
You have a driveway in your backyard?
No, I don't.
Oh, it needs to be parked in the hardened surface, so it would need to be parked in your driveway.
Okay. All right, 42 days or $25 a day thereafter.
I need a little more time.
Okay. Why is that? Do you have plans for this, for the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what are your plans?
To probably put gravel or have it paved. So I would need to get a permit in that case.
Okay, I will give you 49 days. If you run into a problem, contact the inspector.
Our next case is on page 35. Inspector Patrice Jolly. This is an administrative appeal, case number CE 211-10092, case address 1329 Northeast First Avenue, owner Nikolai Cosma. This case was cited on 11/5/21 to comply by 11/21/21, suspended 1/27/22 to 3/24/22. One section not complied at $200 per day, $13,200 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. However, this was an order to reappear on the citation appeal.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Inspector Patrice Jolly presenting case CE 211-10092 for the property located at 1329 Northeast First Avenue. This property was first issued a citation on November 4th, 2021, and given 15 days to correct the following violation. 15-272.8, this property is being used as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The property owner filed for an appeal by the deadline, and the case was scheduled for a hearing. At the January 27, 2022 hearing, the Magistrate Flynn granted a 56-day extension and a stay of fines and an order to reappear. As of the pre-hearing inspection conducted on March 23, 2022, the violation remains as depicted. The city is requesting that the fines be imposed and continue to accrue until compliance is met.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Nikolai Komsa, and I'm the homeowner at 1329 Northeast First Avenue.
Okay, what do you have to tell me in support of your appeal?
When I appeared before you in January, I pleaded my case that I'm the owner of the property and I have a tenant who's a rogue tenant that's been operating it, and you graciously understood that I physically cannot get that site removed or the listing removed from Airbnb. That being said, we've had communication between myself, the tenant who will not correspond with me, but Inspector Jolly as well as Mr. Colon have been copied on emails. And she has done all the things that the city requires that she needs to do. She's got all her licenses now. her business tax licenses. She's got everything in place. At the January hearing, I presented papers giving her authorization to use the property with that pending getting her licensing. So she is in complete compliance now, save for the final inspection, which Inspector Jolly and her have coordinated, but the inspection date is April 11th. So I came down again from Kentucky today to plead, can I have an extension until they actually do the inspection on April 11th? When I called the offices, they said April 12th or 28th would be the next two hearings that would be available after the inspection. My concern, and I explained it to Mr. Inspector Jolly today, was if she fails the inspection on the 11th, and I come and I reappear on the 12th here, then I'm going to need to ask for another extension until she does meet the inspection. Now, he feels that she's going to pass the inspection. She's already done whatever she needed to do to get in compliance, but she's out of town conveniently as of this date, so they have an inspection set up now for April 11th, so I'm pleading that I please be extended until pending their inspection.
Yeah, so I have been in contact with the tenant. We have scheduled a vacation rental inspection. She's currently out of the country as to why it hasn't been done yet, and she's also told me that she was working on the property to prepare it for a vacation rental inspection. So she wanted to make sure that things were good, so it's already scheduled. I can't do it and pass it unless she either, like I explained to him, I cannot comply the case unless the ad's taken down, which is still running. But as of April 11th, she will be inspected, and hopefully she passes, and when she passes, they will be complied.
Okay, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Rhonda Montoya Hassan, with the City Attorney's Office. The concern I think the city has is that the tenant, granted not the property owner, the tenant is still renting. So she's still making money, she's out of the country. I'm glad the inspector clarified, because that was one of my questions. Why is the inspection so far out? And now we understand that. But while she's out of the country gallivanting around, she's still renting. There's still no certificate. If she were to fail, certainly there could be issues, and there could be issues there currently. As you know, some of the issues is hardwired smoke detectors. They may or may not be there. And this has been going on since November. I appreciate that the homeowner is here. He's been here twice. But at some point, you know, there really has to be compliance. And you know, it's non-compliant. It could, and as the homeowner rightly said, they could fail. It could go on for quite some time. My suggestion may be for the magistrate to consider imposing the amount, and then once they come into compliance, the property owner, again, as you've probably heard here, sitting here, can go through the lien reduction and, you know, sort of go back to the history of what was done. But, you know, the property's been being rented as a short-term rental this whole entire time, and it's, you know, it's now we're going on 6 months.
Yeah, I agree with the city attorney that this tenant of yours is, you know, out of town, making money on this property, and unfortunately has put you in a very bad position, but it can't go on. It just can't go on. And she had an opportunity when she complied to call for an inspection. Instead, she left town. What's it to her? You're responsible, and she, you know, and so I can't let this go on any more than it already has. I usually don't grant extensions in these kinds of cases when the property is still being advertised and making money. So I did, as a courtesy to you, grant you one extension, but I can't grant any more. You wanted to say something else?
I'm sorry, if I could just add, you graciously acknowledge that I'm in a pickle, is what your terms was last time, because there's nothing I can physically do about the ad.
I know, and you're not the only one who finds themselves in that situation with tenants that decide they're going to make money on their lease, you know. Unfortunately, the way the code is written, the property owner is responsible. Now, what goes on between you and your tenant to make up for it is between you and your tenant. If I'm sure you have a lease, I'm sure your lease has provisions in it. That's between you and your tenant, and I can't give you legal advice on that.
No, have begun legal proceedings to terminate the lease, moving very slowly. I can tell you that the home is listed for sale, and I have two realtors that are showing my home or representing my home. I can tell you, although it is still listed on the vacation rental site, it is not being rented.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. The potential's there. Okay, so I'm going to impose the fine. Hopefully it'll get your tenant's attention, and you are able to avail yourself of the lien reduction process, and I will consider the fact that this was tenant-driven at that time.
Okay, now, you're imposing the fine is at the end of the case at this point here, because she still needs to come into compliance.
Right, and it will it will be inspected on the 11th and complied. But right now, it's not in compliance, so the fines continue to run.
I believe you stayed the fines at the January hearing.
Pardon me?
I believe you stayed the fines at the January.
Yeah, and I can't do that again. The fines will continue to run until the property is brought into compliance. Okay. That's my ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 5. Inspector Darren Emmons, case number CE 22010179, case address 812 Southwest 29th Street, owner Hector Herrera, property posted 21122, posted at City Hall 31022.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Darren Emmons, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. Presenting for the case and property stated. This property was first inspected on 1/7/22 and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. There are 2 piles of dead vegetation and a pile of concrete pieces inside of the fenced property. There's overgrowth of grass and weeds on the property and swell. There's trash and debris, including paper, plastic bottles, palm fronds, and other miscellaneous items in the swell. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted by myself on 3/19, and the violations remain. The city is requesting 14 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation be imposed. I would like to submit my case, file, and photos to the court for evidence.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Hector Herrera.
Okay, will you bring the property into compliance within 14 days?
I think I will need more time if I can request that. And also...
Why do you need more time to pick up the trash and mow the lawn?
No, to mow the lawn is not a problem. What is inside the property, I would like to keep it. Those concrete pieces, I would like to...
Well, it can't be kept on this property.
But I would like to make like a little floor over there, just so I can take my dogs or whatever. And then the piles of wood, I would like to present it properly or pile it up because I use it for a fireplace.
You can't store it on this property.
Okay. All right. So, and then a very special request or actually an advice. On the sidewalk, there is some debris, and actually yesterday I was there, and there are glasses, bottles, paper bags, and whatever, but very special, very dangerous glasses, broken, and it's pretty bad. But that is outside the property. And right there, if you see the pictures, it's pretty bad. And actually...
Is that his property, Inspector?
Outside the property,
No,
yeah.
the property he's speaking of is the duplexes next door that does have a sidewalk.
Right.
Okay.
But that's an empty... I mean, nobody lives there.
The violation still exists on your
Yeah,
side of the fence, so.
Yeah, what I do, because I call the police, I called twice. They gave me a number for a code enforcement. I called the call enforcement, and then they told me that they will investigate. So and then I call again to see what the investigation produced. And then they told me, okay, police officer is going to call you. And then like half an hour later, a police called me, and he told me, we don't have time for that. And I said, I understand, but how I do to prevent all these debris and people just dumping things there?
Well, you know, it's unfortunate, but you have no idea how many people come in front of me and say, I didn't dump it there. But
I know.
the property owner is ultimately responsible under the law. And
That's okay. I take that
we have no
responsibility.
way to track down who dumped it there.
Well, the city should be, well, okay, I assume my responsibility because that's the rule, but the work side, outside the property, what I had to put cameras, I call the police, I call everyone, what I had to do.
Well, you're responsible for your property, sir. 14 days or $25 a day thereafter.
It's possible to get a little bit more because my work is taking me overseas.
21 days, and that's it.
All right. Any advice what to do with this debris?
I can't give you advice. You can talk to the inspector if you
Yeah.
have an issue on,
All right.
on
All right.
comply the property.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 17, Inspector Bovary Xantus. Case number CE 211-10692, case address 1161 Northwest 19th Street, owner Leonard Jules, property posted 31022, posted at City Hall 31022.
Katrina, can you please repeat the case for me again?
CE 211-10692.
Just give me 1 second. Can we please recall the case?
Okay, we'll place the case on a recall. Sir, you can have a seat. We're going to call the case again in a minute. Thank you. Our next case is on page 52. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 211-10752. Case address 1751 Northeast 56th Street. Owner La919 LLC. This case was first heard on 2/8/22 to comply by 3/8/22. One section not complied at $50 per day, $750 accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address read. This case first came before the Special Magistrate on February 8th of 2022, where the evidence was presented and magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on November 29 of 2021. So far, a total of 6 re-inspections have been done on the property, and conversations have been made with the property manager on how to come into compliance. Unfortunately, Your Honor, we do not have compliance, and the property representative is asking for more time.
Okay, what is the city's position on that?
We'll leave it at your leisure, ma'am.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
I'm Catherine Banta, and it's not that we're trying to not comply. We applied for a permit with the city, okay? The first time, and I guess I hired a paving company, a licensed paving company. We put in our permit. The first time the city threw it out, called back and said, redo it again, okay? They put it in again. When we finally got a permit number, we called the inspector and said, we've applied for the permit, we've got the permit number. We turned in all the plans, and the city came back and said, no, we're not going to accept these now. And I don't understand. We're not changing the parking lot. All we're trying to do is repave it, restripe it. They made me hire a surveyor. I had to pay to have the place surveyed. I finally got the survey back. We turned that in. They made me hire an engineer. So we have hired an engineer. We have now turned in a survey, an engineer, the original plot. Yesterday they called, and supposedly now they're going to let us start. I asked the paving company.
How much time do you need?
I'm sorry, what?
How much time do you need?
I'm hoping in like 1 month they'll have it done.
Okay.
It's frustrating.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay, 35 days extension, and we'll suspend the fine during that period of time. And if you run into a problem, contact the inspector, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, since it is, I'm actually seeing that the building permit is in process right now. 35 days is sufficient. If they come into some sort of, because this is now under the building departments, and it may take some more time.
Okay.
Can we reappear and ask for more time without, and the fines being stopped as well?
Sure, so we're gonna do in order to reappear?
Yes, ma'am, and see where they're at with the permit if it takes more time than usual, ma'am, just in case.
All right, so I'm gonna issue an order to reappear on my next docket, just in case you need more time at that point.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully it'll be done.
Yeah, hopefully. All right,
Thank you,
good
Your
luck
Honor.
to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So we're going to recall the case on page 17 with Inspector Exantis, case number CE 211-10692, case address 1161 Northwest 19th Street.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. This case is remain in violation. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. Violation 9-304B. There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. The gravel driveway is worn through. Grass and weeds is going through it. Violation 9-280H1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. It has broken and missing parts. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained as in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing notice of hearing was posted on property on March 11, 2022, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 16, 2022. Revealed all violation remains as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or fine of $25 for each day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Leo Jules. I'm the owner of the property.
Mr. Jules, can you bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
I think I may, because the notice was posted on the property. I don't live there. It's a rental property.
Okay.
So I was not aware of that.
All right. 35 days or $25 a day. If you run into a problem, make sure you call the inspector if to request more time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Our next case is on page 49. Inspector Leonard Champagne. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 2201-0019, case address 2525 Okeechobee Lane. Owner Milorad Yubovic. This property was cited on 1/14/22 to comply by 1/29/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $2,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor.
Leonard Champagne for the city for case number CE 22010019, address 2525 Okeechobee Lane. This property was first cited on 1/14/2022 to comply by 1/29/2022 for violation 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. No appeal was received, and as stated, the city is requesting they be imposed.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Milorad Yubovic.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this case?
No, actually, I just got this letter, and I show up and appeal. This is my first time.
Okay. All right. Well, unfortunately, because no appeal was timely filed, I have to impose the fine. But there is a lien reduction process that you can go through if you so desire.
Yeah, I'm selling this house on Monday. That's my closing day. I'm here just to see if it's any chance we can.
Yeah, I can't do
Yes.
anything because you didn't file that appeal. I don't have the discretion to lower the fine at this point. You'd have to go through the lien reduction process.
Yeah, but that's take a month, right?
Pardon me?
That's take way more time. Or not.
Yes, the lien reduction process would take some time. So you're gonna either have to come to an agreement with your buyer or pay the fine or go through the process.
Your Honor, we'll get a hold of one of the folders for him, and I'll go out and answer any questions he has.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
He'll try to help you.
Our next case is on page 4. Inspector Darren Emmons. Case number CE 22010166. Case address 1371 Southwest 32nd Street. Owner Yahanka Reyes and Elpidio Reyes. Property posted 2/16/22, posted at City Hall 3/10/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Emmons, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting for the case and address read. This property was inspected by myself on January the 6th of this year, and the following violations were observed. 9-306, the fascia is not painted. It is unpainted wood not matching the rest of the house. 9-305B, there is a black tarp type material covering all of the front yard. This is visible from the roadway. The swell is also covered with black tarp and a sparse amount of gravel. A pre-hearing inspection was done on March 19th by myself, and the violations remain. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation be imposed. And I would like to submit my case file and the photos to the court for evidence, and the property owner, we've been in communication and she's clear on the time frame.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Yahanka Reyes.
Okay.
Good morning.
Can you bring the property into compliance within 28 days?
Yes, ma'am.
I thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 21. Inspector Boulevard. Case number CE 211-00395. Case address 1219 Northwest 11th Court. Owner Kellen Figueroa. Oswald Sanchez. Property posted 2/4/22, posted at City Hall 3/10/22.
Again, good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2110-0395, property address 1219 Northwest 11th Court. Property was first inspected in October 13, 2021, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its route. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 2427-B is there are containers left outside overnight after collection and not pulled to a proper location at this property. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Notice of hearing was posted on property on February 4th, 2022, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 16, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 21 days to correct all violation or a fine of $25 per violation for each day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Kelly Sanchez.
Okay. Mr. Sanchez, can you agree to bring the property into compliance within 21 days?
¿Que si puedo qué? No, dile que yo no lo he arreglado porque todo ahí van pavers.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 1 minute, please. We have to have a code officer translate so we are aware that he is understanding what we're saying. So we're going to wait on the code officer. We weren't aware.
Dame los papeles.
Do you swear to translate truthfully from Spanish to English, English to Spanish?
Gracias. I do. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
¿Qué es lo que quiere decir? Yo no he arreglado eso porque yo tengo el permiso para hacer el front driveway. Entonces veo que no tengo esa plata, es innecesaria gastarla. Tengo el permiso, se me han demorado los
He's
pavers.
basically saying that
Necesito más tiempo para arreglarlo.
he's saying that he basically has some sort of a permit. He's actually presenting, it looks like some layout that he has in front of the house. He has a sale order also of some pavers that he actually bought. This is a sales slip that he has. And basically, he doesn't have the money to continue doing the work at this time, and he actually was wondering if he can have more time, basically.
Okay, how much time does he need?
Actually, they're saying...
Yo ordené el material, nada más que como por este problema del COVID, esos materiales están demorando 5 meses.
I ordered...
Ya van 2 meses y medio.
Déjame he ordered the pavers basically, and because of COVID, according to the company, because of COVID, they can't get it in.
Yeah.
So basically, they according to
They're on
him, they told him it's 5 months that's going to take that time. 5 meses. It's already been 2.5 months from now, and they're going to give him another 2.5 months. That's the 5 months that, according to the company, that's giving him to get the pavers into his house.
Okay, anything else from this?
The lady is asking behind if we can have 90 days. And he says, with that, I can actually take care of the problem.
Any problem with, any objection from the city?
No, Your Honor, the city will not object with 90 days for compliance.
Okay, all right.
They don't object to 90 days either.
Okay, 91 days. Yeah, 91 days or $25 a day thereafter.
90 días, te van a dar 91 días o $25.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tiene que hacerlo.
No, tengo que hacerlo.
Okay.
Oh, except the trash containers. They need to bring those back.
Okay, Laura, hay una cosa de la basura, tiene que traerlos inmediatamente adentro de la casa.
Fue un día que uno sale a las 6 de la mañana y
It was one day actually, then it was just a mistake that particular day.
All right, I'm gonna say 10 days on the trash, just so they can be re-inspected.
Para lo de la basura te van a dar 10 días y 91 para lo de los pavers. ¿Está bien? Thank you. He said thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 37. 37. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 22020163. Case address 640 Northwest 10 Terrace. Owner 640 Northwest 10 Terrace Holdings LLC. This case was cited on 2/3/22 to comply by 2/4/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $5,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317 on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22020163. Case address 640 Northwest 10th Terrace. On February 3rd of this year at 2:55 p.m., a citation violation notice was issued for section 24-27B. There are waste containers left roadside overnight after collection day and not pulled back to an approved location. Property was given 24 hours compliance or 15 days to appeal for this violation, or fines would begin to accrue at $200 per day until compliance was met. Reinspection was conducted on February 4th at 4:46 p.m., where the violation was found to still exist and fines would begin to accrue as of that date. The fine was not appealed within the 15 days given. On March 3rd at 9:19 a.m., while at the property posting the notice for this hearing, I was able to observe the violation had come into compliance. I have had no contact with any property owner or representative during the course of the case. Fines accrued for a total of 26 days for the total amount of $5,200, and as of this date, the civil penalty has not been paid. Pursuant to City Ordinance Section 1119D, the violator has failed to contest the citation violation notice, which constitutes an admission of the violation. The city is requesting the imposition of the civil penalty in an amount of $5,200.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Please state your name for the record.
Ilan Ben-Shimon.
Okay. Did you file an appeal in this case?
No, Your Honor, I just got involved into the case. I took over on this property as
Okay.
a property manager.
Yeah, then I there's nothing I can do but impose the fine, and you can tell your client that, you know, the property owner, that they can avail themselves of the lien reduction process to try to lower that. But today, because if appeal wasn't filed, I have to impose the fine.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 36. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 21090338. Case address 501 Orton Avenue. Owner Grand Palm Plaza LLC. This case was first heard on 10/28/21 to comply by 12/2/21. Suspended 2/24/22 to 3/24/22. Two sections complied at $50 per day. $8,300 accrued. There was one section complied at $100 per day, $6,000. It was imposed at $2,500 previously because it was a violation. A total of $14,300 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and this was in order to reappear. I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything.
Inspector?
I was done reading.
Say again?
I'm done reading.
Oh, no, I thought she had said something.
No.
Okay. Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 21090338, and the case address is 501 Orton Avenue. This property was first inspected on 9/15/21 by myself along with Inspector Flores. The case was heard by the magistrate on 10/28/21, where the magistrate found for the city to comply the violations by December 2nd, 21, as well as imposed the $6,000 as the repeat violation for the offense. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 22nd, 2022, and the remaining violations were in compliance as of that date. Your Honors, the condition of the property has greatly improved, as you can see in the photos. So actually, the city would like to just impose the administrative costs for $580.
Okay, Ms. Crush.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. We very much appreciate the city's time in getting what was something that was unsightly and unsafe last September, and would very much appreciate if Your Honor would consider the inspector's request.
Okay, so ordered, $580.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doing another case?
Our next case is on page 41. I'm sorry, page 40. Case number CE 22010123, case address 225 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Ellen A. Beach Holdings LLC, Inspector Michelle Shirer. This case was cited on 1/5/22 to comply by 1/6/22. One section complied at $150 per day. $1,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Sherry Yara, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case number CE 2201-0123 for the property address 225 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was inspected on January 5th, 2022, and the following violations were observed, and a citation was issued for section number 4722.9. The sandwich signs were placed out on the sidewalk without a permit. The case was complied on January 19th, 2022. The photos depict the violation is now in compliance, and I would like them entered in for the record. There was no appeal within 15 days of the issuance of the citation. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
Okay. Ms. Crush.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner.
Okay. You know, I have no discretion in the matter, so I have to impose the fine, and I'm sure you're well familiar with the lien reduction process.
Yes, Your Honor. The permits for these signs have also been submitted for renewal.
Okay.
Appreciate the inspector working with us.
Good, thank you.
Our next cases are on page 41. The first is case number CE 22010124, case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner L at FL Beach CR LLC. This case was cited on 1/5/22 to comply by 1/6/22. One section complied at $150 per day, $9,150 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeals was received for this citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Sherry Yara, for the record, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case number CE 2201-0124 for the property address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was inspected on January 5th, 2022, and the following violations were observed. For number 4722.9, which are sandwich signs that were placed out on the sidewalk without a permit. The case was complied on March 9th, 2022. The photos depict the violation is now in compliance, and I would like them entered in for the record. There was no appeal within 15 days of the issuance of the citation. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
Okay, name for the record again.
Courtney Crush on behalf of the tenant on this property.
Okay, and we have to impose the fines.
Expensive spring break.
Okay.
Our next case on page 41, case number CE 22010130, case address 213 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner TRD of Fort Lauderdale LLC. This case was cited on 1/5/22 to comply by 1/6/22. One section complied at $150 per day, $9,150 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Sherry Yara, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case number CE 22010130 for the property address located at 213 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was inspected on January 5th, 2022, and the following violation was observed. 47-22.9, sandwich signs were placed out on the sidewalk without a permit. The case was complied on March 9th, 2022. The photos depict the violation is now in compliance, and I would like them entered in for the record. There was no appeal within 15 days of the issuance of the citation. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner.
Okay, we're going to impose the fines. All right,
Our next case is on page 14. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 21090224, case address 101 Northwest 6th Street, owner Benjamin Capital Corp., property posted 3322, posted at City Hall 31022.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 21090224 for the property located at 101 Northwest 6th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on September 13, 2021, and cited for the following violations. 9-306. The exterior building has walls that have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. There's graffiti on the exterior walls of the property. Your Honor, this is a recurring violation and will be presented to the special magistrate as a recurring violation for the prior cases CE 2102-0250, CE 180-61196, whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. Courtesy notice was actually mailed to the property owner as per BCPA on September 13 of 2021, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. No contact has been made until today. Ms. Courtney Crush just told me that she's representing the property owners. Special magistrate form was actually issued on September 27th, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was done on March 21st. And the pictures presented here basically says that they're not in compliance. The city is requesting the following: 10 days to come into compliance, basically remove the graffiti, or $100 for the violation that exists. And again, Your Honor, this is also a repeat and recurring violation.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Again, Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. With respect to the graffiti, we would appreciate the 10 or 14 days to get that taken care of. I believe based on the, I think the property owner, based on the corrective action, talking about repairing soffits, et cetera, he was out hiring a contractor. In talking with Inspector Caracas, it seems like that may not be necessary. It's more minor. And if there is, though, we would need a little more time, I think, to do any work that would go through, that would require a permit.
Your Honor, the verbiage of 9-306 actually includes the soffits disrepair, but to be more clear, is actually the graffiti, only the graffiti on the exterior walls.
Okay.
Not the mural. It's the graffiti on the mural.
Understood.
Yeah, we
Appreciate
like
it.
the murals.
I do too.
All right, 10 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 51, Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 21050582. Case address 3016 Bayshore Drive, owner Bayshore Hotel LLC. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 3/24/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines are due to start on March 25th, 2022. And this was in order to reappear.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 21050582. Case address is 3016 Bayshore Drive. This property was first inspected on May 27th, 2021, and was heard by the Special Magistrate on January 27th, 22. Sorry, inspected, yes. And Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day for all the violations thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 22nd, 22, and it shows that the violations remain as depicted in the photos and presented for the record. And then I would also like to enter an email from Yvonne Redding, who is an Urban Planner 3 employee for the City of Fort Lauderdale. And on the email, it's stated that the original, there was a case reference below, A21047, which proposes to review the original site plan reviewed by the City Commission for the Bayshore Hotel, and she does not believe it would have any effect on the code violations or the code cases on this property. And the city is requesting a full imposition of fines which continue to accrue. And I want to present this.
Okay. Ms. Crush, do you want to see this? I could read it to you.
Is it referencing an administrative site plan? If so, I don't need to see it. If I may, Your Honor, Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. While I wasn't aware of this case, I do represent the owner, and there is actually an approved site plan on all of these properties for a hotel and residences that was approved by the City Commission in September. I don't know if that's relevant to today, but I wanted to clarify that that superseded any administrative site plan. It's a 200-foot tall residential and hotel building. So shortly, this will be a construction site. With respect to the property, the photographs, as you see, I think there is in my mind, and I spoke to the inspector who indicated she spoke with zoning, but my client sent me over copies of photographs taken, and I know the inspector was out there yesterday where the property had been restriped and seems to be very well maintained, including the soffit area. However, the portion of the property that you see right, the preceding slide, when it cycles back, outside of the sidewalk is about 20 feet deep, and the inspector is advising me that the zoning department has said that while it looks like it's asphalt, that is swale. I would consider that to be right-of-way. It is within the city's right-of-way. It is not my client's property. What I understand is occurring there is there are faded stripes there, and historically, the city has maintained this area. Cars are parking there. My understanding, and I think the inspector also observed some activity, is that Uber drivers from the hotel across the way, which is the W, are pulling in there, and they actually block in my client's property. I think the inspector mentioned to me she's seen some other activity there also. So I guess I would very much request a short extension to go sit with the city and understand my client's responsibility for that area. It doesn't, I know a property owner is responsible for swale. I've never seen swale that is outside a sidewalk and asphalted of that depth.
Okay, does the city have any problem with a brief extension to sit down with Ms. Crush?
A very short extension, yes.
10 days?
Okay, how about 10 days?
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 42. Inspector Darren Emmons, case number CE 22010823, case address 812 Southwest 29th Street. Owner Hector Daniel Herrera. This case was cited on 12822 to comply by 12922. One section complied at $250. $250 accrued, and no appeal was received for the citation. The city is requesting full amount be imposed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Darren Emmons, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting for the case and address as read. This property was first inspected by myself on 12822, and a citation was issued for the following violation: 47-21.15.d. There is an abused tree on this property. This inspector met with landscaping inspector Feder, and it was confirmed that an oak tree on this property had been hat-racked. In order to comply for this case, the tree needs to be replaced with the same or approved species, obtain all necessary permits, obtain arborist report if the tree was diseased or dead for tree removal. No appeal has been received for these violations. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines. I would like to submit my case file and photos to the court.
Okay, please state your name.
Hector Daniel Herrera.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this case?
No.
Okay, all right. Like everyone else, I can't do anything but impose the fine. So ordered, $250.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, our next case is on page 33. The property owner or manager is not present. However, we have had the neighbors here since 8 a.m. and we don't wish to keep them any longer. And so this is going to be a request for vacation rental suspension. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 22030065, case address 719 Northeast 17th Road, owner 719 Northeast 17th Road, Victoria Park, LLC, property posted 3722 and posted at City Hall on 31022.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city. I'm presenting this as a senior code officer of vacation rentals, Your Honor. The original person that cited the citations was a senior code officer, Garcia. So it's for case number CEs 2203-0065 for property located at 719 Northeast 17th Road. This is a request for the suspension of this property vacation rental certificate as per violation 15282 D1A. There's qualifying numbers of violations at this vacation rental property to request a certificate suspension for 180 days. Before the special magistrate, this property was cited for 3 violations on 2/27/2022 under KCE 22020974 for the following violations. 15278E. There is a chapter 15, Article 10, Vacation Rental Standard. Parking violation occurred at this property. There was a vehicle obstructing the road that was parked at the subject property. 15278-2B, the maximum occupancy of this property is being exceeded by more than the 1.5 person limit. Just explain that, Your Honor, in a vacation rental, they're certified for, they have 2 bedrooms. 2 bedrooms would equal 4 people, so 4 times 1.5 would mean for any property to have a party or whatever they do, they would be limited to 6. At the time, I have a copy of the inspector's report. He said at the time he counted at least 11 people. Okay, 15278-5A, there is noise emanating from the vacation rental property, which is outside of the permissible limits. Okay, and on that particular honor, the sound just is checked from a plainly audible sound was observed, heard. Those are the 3 violations. It is the city's request that the vacation rental certificate be suspended.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Sue Matarochi, and exactly what the gentleman stated has been occurring at the property. In addition to having all of these guests, we live directly across the street from the property, and at the time, the folks were challenged about this. The next morning, I went out to walk a dog. Several people walked out of the property and completely stared me down. I felt very intimidated. Also, during the night before, the woman who lives behind it, this property actually has a rental behind it, was afraid to enter into the home. She has dogs that she walks. She called us to make sure it was safe to enter. We had to wait until people got out of their cars and went back into the house because she was fearful. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but this isn't the first time we have called code about this home. We called again on October 10th when the property first began allowing guests to come in. We again went through 6 cars, lots of noise. The owner was contacted. At the time, they asked the people to vacate. There were people racing down the street. It is a one-way street, so it's extremely narrow. Coming and going at all hours, revving up engines, and very angry. And that's how we feel about this. Like I said, it's a very quiet neighborhood. There's other Airbnbs in our neighborhood that absolutely comply. They're a pleasure. But this particular problem, place across from us is problematic. And my partner would like to speak a little more.
Certainly.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I guess in addition to the...
Say your name for me.
Sarah Lloyd.
Okay.
In addition to the multiple times code has gone out to the property, there was an incident from March 3rd to March 6th that, in my mind, clearly looked like it was prostitution. February 3rd to February 6th.
Okay.
There were cars dropping off women throughout the day and night. The door was left wide open when the gentleman left. These women would enter and leave 24 hours a day, and this went on for 3 straight days. I mean, it's just a very poor situation to have this type of atmosphere where you live.
I understand. Okay, and the property owner is not in attendance, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, 180 days suspension, so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
And I have to tell you, the code people have been unbelievably responsive.
And I know Paulette is here. It's a special shout out to her. She's handled so many issues on the street. We can't thank the whole office enough.
We have a good team here at the city.
We absolutely do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 32. Inspector Manny Garcia. Supervisor Reggie White presenting case number CE 211-20081, case address 642 Southwest 27th Avenue. Owner Albert Lindsay. Personal service was given to this property on 3/10/22 and posted at City Hall on 3/10/22.
Good morning, Reggie White speaking.
I'm sorry, Jerry. Jerry, thank you.
We'll go ahead. Good morning, Reggie White speaking, co-compliance supervisor for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case CE 21-12-0081. As of the last inspection, the violations remain 18-12A. There's overgrown trash, rubbish, and debris at the property, at the rear of the property. Section 47-20.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this B2 zone property. The parking areas is not maintained in good condition. There are large potholes that pose a tripping hazard, and there are no parking stripes. As of what the city is requesting, a fine of $50 per day. And we're gonna give 45 days to come into compliance.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Albert Lindsay.
Okay. Are you willing to bring this property into compliance within 49 days?
It's already in compliance, Your Honor.
Okay, good.
Just waiting for the inspector to inspect it.
Okay.
Okay.
Had left message last week for them to come out, but we haven't seen the inspector come out yet. I guess
Okay.
they grabbed a little busy.
In that case, do you want to shorten the time for compliance?
Yeah, we could shorten it. We can do a week compliance, or how about we do 10 days? Do we have 10 days?
10 days,
Mhm.
so he can come out and, okay.
It's ready right now, yeah.
10
I'll
days,
reach out to
or what's the fine after that?
$50 per day.
Okay, $50 per day thereafter. Okay, within that 10 days, he'll come up and inspect, and if it's in compliance, then there'll be no fines.
Yeah, it's all ready to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Our next case is on page 34. With Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number C, this is an administrative hearing. Case number CE 2010828. Case address 2301 Southeast 17th Street. Owner trust number P66-2020. P66 Land Trust LLC trustee. This case was cited on 1/29/22 to comply by 2/8/22. One section not complied at $250 per day. $10,750 is accrued. And this again is a citation appeal.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting this case for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. As of the last inspection, the property remains in non-compliance. There's a derelict vessel docked at the slip F-614. The subject vessel has a large amount of debris underneath the hull, and the overall exterior of the vessel is in a complete neglect or state of an abandonment. The city will request full imposition of fines.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Megan Legassi, and I'm representing the property.
Okay. Why is this property still not in compliance?
Originally on 1/29, when Mr. Garcia came to the property and issued the vessel citation, he said that it was 10 days that he would come back to the property. He did come back on 2/12 and spoke with the dockmaster. He stated that the vessel, he could tell that the owner of the vessel, because the owner of the vessel does live on the boat, did make efforts to clean up the vessel, but he still had concerns about the hull. The owner of the vessel did write an appeal back to the city. I don't know the exact date of that, But then again, on 3/3, the city, we received the violation. At that time, the property, myself, we did go over to the vessel again to really just push the magnitude of this and the fact that he needed to take further steps in cleaning up the vessel. He did clean the whole top of the vessel. I did not see pictures of that. From that time, we did work with the owner of the vessel to not only get quotes from divers to inspect the hull, but also work with different yards to ensure that the vessel would get hauled out before giving him a citation or a notice from the property to get him removed from the property. At this point, he does have a haul out date of 4/14. That was the earliest we could get the vessel or work with the owner to get the vessel hauled out, to get it fully inspected, restripped, repainted. So 4/14, he will be going to Trico Marine, which is in Dania. So we are just looking for an extension because that is the earliest time period that he could find a yard that was able to pull him out, just because it is March right now and very busy in the marine industry.
Okay. Any objection from the city?
No objection to the extension. Just want to note the reason why we cite these cite properties for these type of violations is because when they have undergrowth around the hull, this causes boats to sink. With the representative stating that they would have it hauled off within the next 3 weeks, that would at least remedy the violation. So I have no objection, Magistrate, to an extension but I would like the fines to stay.
Okay. 21 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that period. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 38. Inspector Bovary Xantis. Case number CE 2107050, case address 1830 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Linda K. Gibson. This case was first heard on 10/28/21 to comply by 12/9/21, suspended 12/9/21 to 1/27/22. 6 sections not complied at $25 per day. $8,250 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2107-0250, property address 1830 Lauderdale Manor Drive. This case came twice before the special magistrate on 10/28/2020, and the property owner was ordered to correct violation within 42 days, and the case reappeared before the special magistrate on December 9th, 2021, where the judge had also granted a 49 days extension to correct all violation. At this time, property remains in violation, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
And I'm Jonathan Walker.
Okay. Why am I not seeing any progress on this
No,
property?
ma'am, I have actually completed everything that she had in compliance with. I don't know if he hasn't come out. There was a van in the yard. I got rid of the van. I got rid of all of the overgrowth. I replaced her facial boards. I painted the facial boards. I added sod to the outside.
Your neighbor helping her, as I recall?
Yes, ma'am. And I have a job too, as well as maintaining my
You're a
property.
good soul.
So I actually got sod for the swell and the inside of the yard where patches were. I actually had someone pressure clean down the home. I lifted up the shutters so the windows could be visible. There are no broken windows. So I don't even know what else I had to be in compliance with.
Okay.
Pretty much done everything.
All right. When was the last time the property was inspected?
Your Honor, property was re-inspected for a pre-hearing on the 18th of this month, 2022.
If you look at the images when she first was sighted, as opposed to now, ma'am, it looks like a new home. Anytime the neighbors ride by, they actually thought I purchased the home by the way I actually brought it up to code standard.
Okay. All right.
Supervisor Davila, co-compliance. I don't mind perhaps giving a few
14
days. Maybe
days.
we can meet at the property
Sure.
with them.
Not to mean to interrupt you, sir, we've actually reached out
to have someone come out to inspect the property, me and Ms. Linda both, and no one has ever showed up. I do see that the pictures are recent, but I've never even saw whatever representative that you guys had.
Okay,
come
so
out
some
and
of the
take
work you did took place after March 3rd.
No, everything I did was I started working on her home in October, and I just started it maybe February. I think the end of February is when I started it. I actually came here and saw the gentleman there with the laptop in his hand. I thought we had a hearing that day, and I showed him images of before and after, and the only thing he conveyed to me was I needed to probably paint the house, but I didn't see that listed as one of the infractions imposed, because there are no peeling, there isn't any peeling paint off the home. With the overgrowth that took place, there are like dirt spots. Maybe I can get someone to pressure clean the house or something, but the paint on it is still good.
Yeah, we can meet. I'll give you my information. You can contact me directly and we can set up an inspection.
Okay.
Then maybe we can come back at the next hearing.
All right, so I'm going to grant a 35-day extension and an order to reappear.
Okay.
All right?
All righty. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 9. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 211-20246. Case address 1512 Northeast First Avenue, owner Diane Calhoun. Property posted 22422, posted at City Hall 31022.
Good morning, Diane Calhoun, property owner.
Good morning.
Your Honor, the property,
Let me hear from the inspector first, please, so I can know what the case is about.
I'm sorry?
Let me hear from the inspector first, please.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 211-20246. Property address 1512 Northeast First Ave. This property was inspected on December 10th, 2021 by Inspector Oak and cited for the following violations. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorating and not being maintained, including a missing window glass panel in the front of the structure. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffit, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and peeling paint. 9-308B, the roof is stained. 9-308A, there are multiple broken and missing roof tiles. The roof is not in good repair and is not weather tight. And 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are missing ground cover, including the swell. I did speak to the contractor of the property. He informed me that they are in the process of acquiring permits, and they did acquire permits back in, I believe, November 10th, 2020?
Correct.
And prior to them starting to work, they had to get another permit for demolition. I mean, for demolition from the inside of the property, which had to delay the permit for the roof. And he explained to me there was other situation regarding permits that they have to get in contact with the building department, and that kind of hold off the property a little bit. So due to non-compliance on February 2nd, 2022, the notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violations stated are not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence which shows the violation as depicted. The city is requesting 98 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
98 days to comply?
Yes, we go with the roof, the paint, and the landscape.
Okay. I have permits. As you said, I had applied.
Can you get the property into compliance within 98 days?
A new roof. I don't know that I will be able to achieve that with the permitting process, and I have the renewed permits that have just been submitted.
Well,
don't know if
let's
that's a
start with
reasonable-
that. Let's see how you do in the 98 days, and if you need to request an additional extension, you can contact the inspector and it'll be considered.
Okay,
All right?
all right, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. I'm sorry, not page 23. Page 35. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. This is a citation appeal, case number CE 22010776, case address 2635 East Oakland Park Boulevard. Owner Charles B. Sarabian. This case was cited on 12622 to comply by 12822. One section complied at $250. $6,500 accrued, and again, this is a citation appeal.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 22010776. The address is 2635 East Sunrise Boulevard. This property was first inspected by myself as well as Senior Inspector Williams as a result of an action item on January 26, 2022, and the following violation was observed. 18.1, there is trash and debris, including but not limited to a chair, wooden pallet, and miscellaneous items at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It has been maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding ground for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. A citation was issued and posted at the property, as well as sent certified mail to the owner on record per BCPA, and the violation was actually complied on February 24th, 2022. However, fines had began to accrue after 72 hours of non-compliance, and the city is requesting a finding of fact that the violation did exist and a full imposition of the fines.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carolina Ruiz.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
Okay, I appeal because we have always the problem with the neighbor behind the building, because that trash is from them most of the time. And also, we have a Republic service, and they have issues to pick up the garbage, the dumpster. I have a million of emails, and they're trying to get, because of COVID, they have the trucks, not all of them in service, and they cannot do the service like we supposed to have 3 times a week. Okay, like today, they are doing extra because I have to push, even if they did yesterday, because they didn't do last week. And we're doing like that all the time. And now, I don't know how the inspector or you can help us because of the neighbor. They bring the garbage, because we are a commercial building, and we have garbage from the apartment. And I don't know what to do. I try to contact them, the property manager over there, but nobody answered me.
Okay, anything else from the city?
I mean, it's pretty clear. There's trash and debris on their property. It's on that folio. The citation was issued. It was posted as well as sent, certified mail. There was no contact made. I mean,
The problem is that, a lot of times other people dump on your property, but under the law, you're still responsible for your property.
I understand.
And therefore, I'm going to find order of finding a fact that the violation did exist, but I will reduce this fine to $2,800.
My honor, but it's still so high because it's not our fault, and we take care, but it's not easy like the next day to find someone to pick up, because that was a couch they dropped there. That's why it took me a few days to have someone to take the garbage. And besides that, Republic Service is having problems to pick up the garbage.
How long was the property out of compliance?
it was cited on
26 days.
the 26th,
But was done.
and it was complied on the 24th. We did go by, as you can see in the pictures, we went by the first time for compliance, and then we went by a couple of extra times as a courtesy, but it's clearly written on the citation to notify us when it's in compliance. Nobody did, so.
Okay, all right, $2,800, finding of fact ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 34. Inspector Wanda Aquavela, case number SE 211-10325, case address 3190 Davie Boulevard. Owner 3190 Davie LLC. This is an administrative hearing for an appeal.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. Your Honor, the property was cited on 11/30/2021. It was re-inspected. It was also posted with the notice of violation. The trash is on a vacant lot next to this property that is cited, but in the trash is boxes with this property's address on it.
Okay,
It was cited on 11/30/21, re-inspected on 12/2/21, and it was not removed. The notice of violation was posted on 3190 Davie Boulevard, and pictures were taken. And on 12/6/2021, the trash was picked up by the city. We had no contact from the owner, the residents of the property, nothing.
okay.
Your Honor, actually, Inspector Quintero did the entire thing, so I'm going to let him speak.
Okay,
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero, Jr., number 317. I originally came up on this pile of debris. Upon going through the pile, I found several items within the pile with addresses that belonged to the subject property. That is why I held them accountable for the pile. I did post the property. Nobody was present to speak with me during my inspection, and during the course of the case, nobody reached out to me either to advise otherwise, and therefore we had the city remove the items. And I did take several photos of documents that I found within the pile that showed the address of this subject property.
okay.
Thank you.
All right, sir, please state your name for the record.
Nabil Kazem.
And what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
First of all, we didn't see any notice around there. It's an office, it's a dental office. My wife is running it, and we didn't get any notice, any registered mail or anything. Plus, I don't believe, like we can have that much trash, and we have a regular pickup twice a week from there. And if you see this is the building, and it's way above, way on the north, on the south of the building, I think. I mean, it's in the other side of the street almost, if you can look at it. And we never received any certified mail or any mail or anything. If he's saying that he posted something on the wall, we didn't see that. And the office is always open 4 days a week. We didn't see that.
Posting on the property is a legal way to provide notice under the code, so you need to inspect your property for these kinds of things. I'm going to fine for the city.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page.
Is that what happened? What's the?
What's your question, sir?
I mean, are we gonna pay the fine?
Yeah, whatever. I don't have the actual number here, but they can give it to you.
You can't reduce it or anything. I mean, we didn't.
No, sir. Once they go and pick up the trash themselves, they incur certain costs.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't believe that,
I'm fining for the city. The appeal is denied, and I'm not going to argue with you.
Our next case is on page 13, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. I'm sorry, page 13. Case number CE 2102047. Case address 6721 Northwest 26th Way. Owner, Yam, Tov, and Chaya Benjaminson. Property posted 3422. posted at City Hall 3/10/22.
Madam, the owner of the property was here, but he had to leave on a personal matter. If you would like to reschedule this and let whoever's present.
I'll call it with the non-respondents, no worries. Thank
Okay.
you. Our next case is on page 47, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 22020019, case address 800 Northeast 16th Terrace, number 1 and 2, owner Diego Ordanivia. This case was cited on 2/4/22 to comply by 2/19/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $400 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. No appeal was received by the deadline.
Good morning, Your Honor, again. Leonard Champagne for CE 222020019, 800 Northeast 16th Terrace, Unit 1 and 2. This first cited on 2/4/22 to comply by 2/19/2022 for violation 15281A. There is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. As stated, the city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Diego Ordanivia?
Okay, did you file an appeal in this case?
No, Your Honor, I didn't.
Okay, I have no alternative than to impose the fine.
Okay. Is there any chance that,
You could go through a lien reduction process if you want, if you think it's worth it, but the fine itself is $400, so you can make your choice.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 35, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. This is a citation appeal for case number CE 211008001, case address 417 Southwest 12th Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner Richard Santiago Lopez. This case was cited on 1/12/22 to comply by 1/27/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $4,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount. Again, this is a citation appeal.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for CE 211000801, address 417 Southwest 12th Street, Unit 1 and 2. As stated, Your Honor, it was cited on 1/12/22 to comply by 1/27/22. The violation was complied, which was 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. It was 22 days at $200 a day for $4,400, and as stated, there was an appeal.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Richard Lopez.
And what do you want to tell me, Mr. Lopez, in support of your appeal?
So, upon discovering that there was a citation, my property manager worked with Inspector Champagne very closely to bring, the property into compliance. We brought down the listings. Upon discovering the citation, we passed the inspection. The listing is still down, and so I'm here to, clear the citation, so we can properly obtain the vacation rental certificate.
Okay, it looks like the property is in compliance, but it was out of compliance for 22 days.
So it's my understanding that as soon as Inspector Champagne and my property manager connected, that we brought the listing down, and so from that point onwards.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, go ahead. You finished? I think we get it confusing when we have somebody say they're going to do an appeal. Appeal basically is appealing it so you can address it at the time, Your Honor, but the appeal basically comes down to, was there a violation or not? And I think if you see by the pictures, it's just like any other case, other than he appealed it, okay? So it's whether the violation was there or was it not there.
Okay, the violation existed, apparently you could have, complied it quickly by taking down, but it
The
looks
ad.
like you did not while you went through the process. All right, I'm gonna
Your Honor,
find,
if the listing was inactive and we weren't taking, a vacation rental bookings, and then we went through the inspection process, how is that in violation?
Again, Your Honor, if you want me to address it, again, Your Honor, we're down to, if I want, we can get the citation itself and bring the citation up. The citation basically says you have this, you have 15 days to appeal it or have it done. If you don't, and anytime I talk to a manager or anyone else, I'll say, look, you have to apply and get the certificate or need to take the ad down. It can take a matter of 10, 15 minutes, okay, and take the ad. A lot of people don't like to take it down because the relisting's a pain in the neck, but that's their two choices to do it. And like you said, it can be done that quick and take down the ad.
Your Honor, so I did appeal and also the ad was taken down. And the ad is still down. The ad for the vacation rentals are down.
Maybe not hearing.
Sorry, the ads for the vacation rental are taken down.
what date did you take the ad down?
So my property manager took down the vacation rental ads, like as soon as I appealed. So I discovered citation. I appealed on, I believe it was the 26th of January.
Your Honor, if you look at the ads and in the bottom right-hand corners, you can see the violation was supposed to be complied by 127. If you look at the bottom right-hand corner in there, you'll see all these different dates, Your Honor. Plus, the fact is, when they do that, they're told they need to get back with us that it's been done. But look at the bottom right-hand corners, you'll see ones for 2/9 and other dates.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken down. Okay. All right, I'm gonna impose the fine.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 12. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. I'm sorry. On page 12, Inspector Brian Lopez. Case number CE 21080080. Case address 800 Northwest 22nd Road. Owner Kamal Hossan and Shala Hossan. Property posted 3/2/22. Post at City Hall 3/10/22.
Good morning again. Julio Davila, Code Complaints Supervisor on behalf of Inspector Lopez, presenting case number CE 21080080, address 800 Northwest 22nd Road. Inspector Lopez inspected the property on August 3rd, 2021, and cited for the following violations. 47-20.20 subsection H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The striping is faded, the wheel stops need to be painted, and there are potholes and cracks. 18-12 subsection A, complied. 9-306, there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint, including the fascia and soffits. The inspection report was posted on the property, and subsequent notices were issued via certified and first-class mail. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 23rd, 2022, and found that the following violations remain as depicted in the photos, and those would be sections 47-20.20 subsection H and 9-306. The city is requesting 49 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
Good morning. Kamal Hussain,
Good
the
morning.
property owner.
Can you bring the property into compliance within 49 days?
From today or from the date of the citation?
You'll get an order in the mail.
Oh,
from
that is
today.
fine. I think we need about, less than 45 days. Actually, the work is underway. I signed a contract with the company.
Good, appreciate your cooperation, thank you.
For future reference, only one thing I would like to put on the record. There is a bar across the street, and I have 3 tenants, so they close by midnight, but still there are some people maybe sitting there throwing some bottles. So inspectors go in the morning, but my guys, my tenants, they clean up after they close at midnight. But in the morning, there are always some bottles left. And so I want to let supervisor know that this is the situation, ongoing problem. We try to comply and we do our best, but we cannot control those people.
Okay,
So,
we understand. Thank you.
thank you.
Our next case is on page 47. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 210400710. Case address 4040 Galt Ocean Drive, number 323. Owner Katerina Podolian. This case was cited on 5521, 5521 to comply by 51021. One section complied at $200 per day. $62,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne again for CE 21040710, 4040 Gold Ocean Drive, Unit 323. This was first cited, Your Honor, on 5521 to comply by 51021. Was one section at $200 for the 60. I'm sorry, Your Honor, go back. At the 4040 Gold Ocean Drive 323, it was cited on 5521 by Gail Williams and for violation 15272A, the property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance. The violation did come into compliance on 3/17/22, passed their inspection. So the city is requesting to impose the fines.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hello, Katerina Badolian.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this case?
No.
Okay. Unfortunately, I have no alternative but to impose the fine, but if you want to take advantage of the lien reduction process, you can try to work through that.
Yeah, when last year I received the notice. Same day I go to the city, I receive the paperwork. I met the representative. He say I can apply for everything and send email. So that's what I did. So I did the license, I paid taxes, and I sent everything.
All right. You can tell me all this in the lien reduction process, but unfortunately, none of this matters because you didn't file the appeal for today's proceedings, okay? So I have no alternative but to impose the fine, but I'll be happy to listen to, your whatever you want to tell me if you choose to avail yourself of the lien reduction process.
Okay.
Okay?
If someone
Again, Your Honor, I'll go out in the lobby and I will discuss it with her.
He'll help you
I'll go out with you.
figure out the process.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 15. Inspector Bovrig Xantis. Case number CE 211-10682. Case address 1605 Northwest 15th Avenue. Owner Nathaniel Kennedy. Property posted 21022. Posted at City Hall 31022.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2111-0682, property address 1605 Northwest 15th Ave. This property was first inspected on November 23rd, 2021 by Senior Inspector Gail Williams, and the following violation was observed. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Your Honor, I have to say that I've been in touch with property owner, and violation and correction was explained to them. And also I spoke with property owner as well this morning. And so the city gonna be requesting 35 days to correct the violation or fine of $25 each day thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Nathaniel Kennedy.
Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Your Honor, there were no photos displayed. Your photos?
They should be in the case history. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Just for the record, a picture was added to the magistrate case hearing. But I do have him in the picture right now on the computer. I'll bring him up right now. What's that case number?
Okay. All right, where are we?
We're waiting to see if the inspector can pull up the pictures for your honor.
Okay. I thought he said he couldn't.
Picture evidence on the screen right now. No, it doesn't.
What are you requesting again, Bovary?
Yeah, city is requesting 35 days to correct the violation or a fine of $25.
Okay, it's, the respondent has agreed to that, so it's so ordered.
35 days. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, sir, thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you. There are no more respondents. Do you want to take a break before we call the non-respondents?
Pardon?
There are no more respondents?
Okay, yeah, break.
Okay, we're going to take a short intermission. The special magistrate agenda meeting for March 24th, 2022. Our next case is on page 3. Case number CE 2201-0460, Inspector Bernstein Sambert. Case address 1528 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner Community 8 Properties, LLC, property posted 2/24/22, posted at City Hall 3/10/22.
Officer Bernstein, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2201-0460, property address 1528 Northwest 3rd Ave. This property was inspected on January 10th, 2022 by Inspector Jolly and cited for the following: 18-12A complied, 24-27B complied, 9-304B, the paved and gravel driveway area is in disrepair. The surfaces are uneven and worn. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are missing sections and slats on the wooden fence. 18-1, there is outdoor storage under the carport consisting of but not limited to refrigerators, clothes, other appliances, and household items at this property that is creating a public nuisance. 47-34.4B1, there is an overgrowth. There is an overnight parking of a commercial vehicle at this location, large white truck. Due to noncompliance on February 24th, 2022, the notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation as depicted. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day per violation.
So ordered.
Yes. Our next case is on page 5. Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 211-00493. Case address 1220 Northeast 3rd Street, number 103. Owners Thomas and Gloria Sweeney and Michael Sweeney. Property posted 3/10/22, posted at City Hall 3/10/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. The property was initially inspected on December 27th and cited for the following violation, 9-280B. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including buckling floors, baseboards, and door trims. The unit is vacant, and the out-of-state owner, Mike Sweeney, has been in regular communication with me regarding his intentions. In January, he sent me a renovation proposal which outlined substantial work. However, to date, I have found no permit applications on file for the unit, and as of yesterday, Mr. Sweeney indicated that within approximately a month, he would have the floors, baseboards, and trim cured or repaired, and all that would be left would be painting and things that were not originally cited on the inspection report. Therefore, the city is requesting 28 days to cure or $25 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next. I'm sorry, Your Honor, we have a respondent.
Okay.
Oh, we can hear it now. Yeah, it's going to be on page 45. Inspector Manny Garcia. Supervisor Reggie White presenting case number CE 22010172, case address 208 Southwest 2nd Street, owner 208 Southwest 2nd Street, LLC. This case was cited on 1/6/22 to comply by 1/13/22, suspended 2/24/22 to 3/24/22. Your Honor, this is the tenant of the building and not the owner. The owner is on her way.
This was scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning. Well, we're going to continue with the rest of the agenda, and if she shows up in the meantime,
Okay.
consider.
Okay, no worries. So our next case is on page 7. Inspector Evan Oakes. Case number CE 21090625. Case address 1110 Northeast 5th Avenue, owner Alperos LLC. Property posted 21722, posted at City Hall 31022.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 210900625, property address 1110 Northeast 5th Avenue. This property was initially inspected on September 24, 2021, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-12A complied. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Thursday, March 17, 2022, and the following violations remain. 9-305B as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 8. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 21090208. Case address 1313 Northwest 11th Court, owner Sonia Harvin. Property posted 2422, posted at City Hall 31022.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 21090208. Property address 1313 Northwest 11th Court. This property was initially inspected on September 9, 2021, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B complied. 18-12A complied. 9-306 complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Thursday, March 17, 2022, and the following violations remain. 9-305B is depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Our next case, case number CE 21090636, case address 1116 Northeast 5th Avenue, owner Lily Castaneda. Property posted 21722, posted at City Hall 31022.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on September 25, 2021, and the following violations were observed. 9-306 complied. 9-304B, paved driveway is not well graded and maintained. 18-12A complied. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Thursday, March 17, 2022, and the following violations remain. 9-304B as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 9, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 211-10728, case address 1304 Northwest 2nd Avenue, owner Atari LLC. Property posted 21222, posted at City Hall 31022.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and property address as read. This property was initially inspected on December 2nd, 2021 by Senior Inspector Williams, and the following violations were observed. 9-308B complied. 18-4C complied. 18-12A complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Thursday, March 17, 2022, and the following violations remain. 9-305B as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 13. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 21020447, case address 6721 Northwest 26th Way. Owner Yamtov and Chaya Benjaminson, property posted 3422, post at City Hall 31022.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 21020447 for the property located at 6721 Northwest 26th Way. Inspection of the property was performed on February 12th of 2021 and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and on its swale. 9-306 is complied, as well as 9-280 H1. 9-304B, the paved driveway is now well graded and or dust-free. Paved driveway requires to be resurfaced. 9-305B has been complied. Courtesy notice was issued to the property owner and to the property itself on February 12th of 2021 and allowing 15 and 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made as of yesterday only. For the entire year, nobody has contacted, but as of yesterday, we finally got contact with the property owner and said he was going to bring it into compliance. Special master pre-hearing inspection was done on March 21st, 2022, and pictures are presented here are taken to confirm the following violations have not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following: 10 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $25 for each of the violations that exist. The photo submitted into record for evidence, ma'am. The owner was actually here and he actually agreed to the 10 days or the $25 thereafter.
Okay, good. So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 15. Inspector Bovrig Xantis, case number CE 211-10648, case address 1423 Northwest 12th Street. Owner E.D. McDonald and Clarice McDonald, property posted 31022, post at City Hall 31022.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read. Property was first inspected in November 22nd, 2021. The following violations were observed. Violation 9-278.78E. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to broken windows, and windows are covered by wooden board. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 47-34.7. I'm sorry, violation 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. The landscape, violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $25 for each violation each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 16, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 211-10729, case address 1320 Northwest 2nd Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner John J. Costa Revocable Living Trust, John J. Costa Trustee, property posted 21222, posted at City Hall 31022.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 211-10729, property address 1320 Northwest 2nd Avenue, 1-2. This property was initially inspected on December 2nd, 2021 by Senior Inspector Gail Williams, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, the gravel driveway is in need of being re-gravelled and maintained in a graded condition with a hard dustless material. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Thursday, March 17, 2022, and the following violations remain: 9-305B and 9-304B as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 16, Inspector Bovrig Zantas. Case number CE 211-10688, case address 1700 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Oferdar, property posted 31022, post at City Hall 31022.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. Property was first inspected by Senior Inspector Gail Williams, and the following violations were observed. The remaining violation is the violation 9-306, which is not in compliance. Violation 47-21.11.a is complied, and violation 18-12A is also in compliance. The city is requesting 21 days to correct violation 9-306, which is the exterior building walls that is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. The fascia boards and soffits are stained and dirty, or a fine of $25 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Brian Lopez. Case number CE 211-10144, case address 1023 Northwest 14th Street. Owner Star 2021 SFR1 Borrow LP in care of Starwood Capital Group. Property posted 3222, posted at City Hall 31022. Inspector Brian Lopez. Supervisor Davila presenting.
Hello, Supervisor Julia Davila, Co-Compliance Supervisor, presenting case 2111-0144, address 1023 Northwest 14th Street. Inspector Lopez inspected the property on October 23rd, 2021, and cited for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. 9-304 subsection B complied. The inspector posted the report and subsequent notices, which were also mailed via first class and certified mail. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 23rd, 2022, and found that 9-305B remained as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 42 days to comply or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 20. Case number CE 22010510. Case address 1523 Southeast 12th Street. Owner Southeast 14 Court. Property posted 3322. Posted at City Hall 31022. Inspector Gustavo Caracas.
Almost. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Compliance Inspector, presenting case CE 2201-0510 for the property located at 1523 Southeast 12th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on January 21st and cited for the following violations. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in state of disrepair. The fence requires to be repaired, and the meshing has to be repaired and or replaced. 18-12A, there is miscellaneous trash, rubbish, and debris in and about around the property. The sidewalk requires to be cleaned and cleared of sod coming from the property. Courtesy notice was posted on the property and also mailed to the property owner as per BCPA on January 21st of 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the, I guess it was the property or the construction manager was actually made, but that's it. Basically, nobody has contacted me ever since. Special Magistrate request form sent on February 7, 2022, and the pre-hearing inspection was done on March 21st, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations still exist. The city is requesting the following: 10 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $100 for each of the violations that exist.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 22. Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 21090762. Case address 1009 Northwest 11th Court, owner Floyd Davis. Property posted 2422, posted at City Hall 31022.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. Property was first inspected on October 3rd, 2021, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-4C is a compliance. Violation 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Notice of hearing was posted on property on February 4th, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 18, 2022. Revealed the violation remained as depicted in the photos. City is requesting 35 days to correct the violation or a fine of $25 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 2110527. Case address 1800 Northwest 19th Street. Owner ESSNYFLJV Florida Sub 2 LLC. In care of Paradigm Tax Group ESS site number 7196. Property posted 3322, posted at City Hall 31022.
Again, good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. This property was first inspected on November 18, 2021 by Senior Inspector Wilson Quintel Sr. and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. That is the landscape area facing Lauderdale Manor Drive. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property, on the swell of this property facing Lauderdale Manor, including but not limited to paper, bottles, miscellaneous trash, and debris. Notice of hearing was posted on property on March 3rd, 2022. Pre-hearing inspection was done on March 17, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 21 days to correct the violation, or fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case, case number CE 211100557, case address 2000 Northwest 19th Street, owner Portside Investment Ltd. and Pemaquid LLC. Inspector Bovary Xantis. I'm sorry?
Can we call?
Yeah, it's like the next. We'll come back to those cases. Our next case is on page 28. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 22010332, case address 350 East State Road 84, owner Federal 627 N LLC. Property posted 31022, posted at City Hall 31022.
Hello, Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The violation, the property was first cited on January 13, 2022. As of the date of the last reinspection, the property remains in violation. The city is requesting an assessment of assess a $50 fine per day, and to actually give 10 days of an extension to comply and assess a fine of $50 per day.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 29, Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 211-00122, case address 2800 Northwest 20th Street, owners GW and Helen Leslie, property posted 31122, posted City Hall 31022.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting this case for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. The property was first inspected on October the 5th, 2021, where the property was found in violation. As of the last inspection, violations of 9-280H, 9-306, Broward County Zoning Ordinance 39296, 18-12A, and 18-4C. All those violations remain. The city is requesting 120 days to come into compliance or a fine of $25 per day.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 30, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 211-00873, case address 1830 Northwest 26th Terrace, owner Justeline Home Healthcare LLC, property posted 3422, posted at City Hall 31022.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 211-0873, property address 1830 Northwest 26th Terrace. The property was inspected on 10/26/21 by Senior Officer Garcia, and the following violations were observed. 20-27B complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, and peeling paint. 9-304B, the driveway on the property has not been properly surfaced. There are areas of uneven, cracked, and overgrown. 18-12A has complied. 47-34.1.1 complied. 18-1 complied. An inspection report was posted at the property on 10/26/21. A reinspection was done by Senior Officer Garcia on 11/30/21, and a 30-day extension was granted. I inspected the property on 2/9/22. A notice of hearing was posted on 3/4/22. As of a pre-hearing inspection on 3/23/22, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered.
Thank you. We're going to return to page 24. Case number CE 211-10557 is complied. Our next case is on page 26. Inspector Bover-Xantis, case number CE 211-10691, case address 1553 Northwest 15th Avenue, property posted 3/11/22, posted at City Hall 310/22.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. Property was first inspected in November 24th, 2021 by Senior Inspector Gail Williams, and the following violation were observed. Violation 47-34.4.B.1 is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 47-19.9 is also in compliance. Notice of hearing was posted on property on March 10th, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 16th, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 21 days to correct or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case, case number CE 211-20072, case address 1669 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Mania LLC, Property posted 2/10/22, posted at City Hall 3/10/22.
Again, good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case and address as read by the clerk. This property was first inspected on December 3rd, 2021 by Senior Inspector Gail Williams, and the following inspection, this property was inspected by me, actually. And the following inspection was discovered, violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-304B, there are vehicle trailers parked on the grass lawn area. The gravel driveway is not well graded and all dust free. There is grass and weed growing through it. Violation 24-27B, there are waste containers left outside overnight after the collection day and not pulled back to an approved location. A notice of hearing was posted on property on February 10, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 16, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 21 days to correct or fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 31. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 22010174, case address 1952 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Sun Tracks Corp. In care of Hadiga Hyder. Property posted 3/11/22, posted at City Hall 3/10/22.
Hello, Reggie White, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Supervisor, presenting the case for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. The property, as of the last inspection, it remains in violation. Violations of 9-280H1, 47-20.20H, 9-306, and Section 18-12A. This property was first inspected January 7, 2022. We're requesting that we give the property 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 36. Case number CE 22010826. Case address 401 Northeast 8th Street. Owner 401 Northeast 8th Street, LLC. This case was cited on 1/30/22 to comply by 1/30/22. One section complied at $1,000. $1,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 39. Case number CE 200300545, case address 1541 Northwest 5th Avenue. Owner John Crosby Bertelson IV. This case was first heard on 6/24/21 to comply by 7/29/21. Suspended 12/9/21 to 1/20/22. Two sections complied at $25 per day. $4,150 accrued, and the city is requesting $1,445.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 41. Case number CE 22010431. Case address 2336 Northwest 13th Court. Owner Marie Judith Medalist. This case was opened for the violation of not registering the rental property with the landlord registration program provided by the city. The case is in compliance, and the city is just requesting a finding of fact that the violation did exist.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 41, case number CE 22010656, case address 2357 Northwest 13th Court, owner Lily B. Williams Estate. This case was cited on 1/26/22 to comply by 2/10/22. One section not complied at $250 per day. $10,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 42. Case number CE 22010726. Case address 2400 Northwest 13th Court. Owner Delph's Key LLC. This case was cited on 1/27/22 to comply by 2/11/22. One section not complied at $250 per day. $10,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
On page 42, case number CE 22010448, case address 2340 Northwest 15th Court. Owner J.D. Bradley Jr. and Alice Bradley. This case was cited on 11922 to comply by 2322. One section not complied at $250 per day. $12,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 43. Case number CE 21090090. Case address 1007 Citrus Isle. Owner Frank Hottentrott. This case was first heard on 12722 to comply by 21722. 5 sections not complied at $50 per day. $8,500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 44, case number CE 210500026, case address 901 West Los Olas Boulevard, owner Datari Thonable. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 9/30/21. Suspended 10/28/21 to 1/27/22. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day. $12,450 has accrued. As the property owner did not attend the hearing to request an extension, the city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 45. Okay. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 22010172. Case address 208 Southwest 2nd Street. Owner 208 Southwest 2nd Street, LLC. This case was cited on 1/6/22 to comply by 1/13/22. Suspended 2/24/22 to 3/24/22. One section not complied at $6,150. I'm sorry, one section not complied at $150 per day. $6,150 accrued. This was a citation. No appeal was received. This was an order to reappear.
Yes, Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. As of the last inspection, the property remains in non-compliance. The city requests full impositions of fines. I do know we have an appeal here in regards to this case. I'd like to hear the appeal. There's no appeal? Sorry. There's no appeal. There was an order to reappear. Okay.
Okay.
So the city's position is to just impose the fines.
Why was there an order to reappear? Could somebody refresh my memory?
I know it was a situation in regards to them receiving a sidewalk cafe permit.
Oh.
And I think they did not receive that.
We did.
You received it?
Yes, we did.
As of what date?
As of 7 days ago.
7 days ago.
One moment,
Garcia
please.
knows about it. I had called him as soon as I received it.
Okay.
Okay, where's the property owner?
She
this
sent the power of attorney.
She did do a power of attorney?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm checking for the permit now.
The reason why we received the extension was because it took a little longer than normal to receive it.
Correct. I remember at the last hearing, they were attempting to get the sidewalk permit. It took longer for whatever reason, and that's why we gave them that extension of time to get the permit. Because of that time, though, we do have notated the city is requesting a full imposition of fine, but if the magistrate wants to order in a different direction, we're not opposed to it.
Well, she can't because there was no appeal received.
You're correct. You're absolutely correct.
Okay, I don't know why an order to reappear was.
I'm not sure either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Did I do that or did?
I'm not sure either.
All right. Okay. This is what I have to do because no appeal was received. I cannot hear this as an appeal. Okay, so I have to impose the fine, but there is a lien reduction process that I would encourage the property owner to participate in, and I may be able to reduce the fine at that time, given the circumstances.
the magistrate, we weren't given direction how to go about appeal. Last time we came here 30 days ago, I had spoken to Inspector Garcia, and I explained to him, he knew we were through status of a sidewalk permit for months, and it took forever to get every department on board. When I asked him, what should we do next? He said, let me get you another 30 days to go ahead and finish the permit. I was never even instructed or told to do an
Well,
appeal.
that was on your initial citation notice that you had 15 days to appeal. So the way the code is written, I don't have any discretion but to impose the fine, but you do have another process that you can go through.
We've spent over $10,000 to get the sidewalk permit.
Yeah, well, there's nothing I can do. I mean, you know, I can't exceed my authority in the case. So I'm going to impose the fine, but I encourage you to go through the lien reduction process, and, you know, likely you'll get it reduced, okay?
Katrina, were you able to ascertain if they received it?
Yes, it was issued on 3/16/2022.
So the fine should only accrue until that date.
Okay, so what?
Well,
is
it was
the fine?
suspended as of February, so
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the fine today?
$6,150.
Okay. All right. Go through the lien reduction process.
How can I go about it?
I'll give,
Ask for some help to,
She can give you the information right here.
okay.
someone to get you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case is on page 46. Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE21080694, case address 1021 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner William Herrera. This case was first heard on 11/9/21 to comply by 12/21/21. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. $9,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 47. Case number CE21120682, case address 4710 Northeast 18th Terrace, owner Tides 4F LLC. This case was cited on 1/8/22 to comply by 1/23/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue and no appeals received for the citation.
Yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor. This respondent was here, Your Honor, and they left and they understood it, but I'll still read it into the record.
I just read it into the record, Lenny.
Huh?
I just read it into the record.
I couldn't hear over here.
I read it into the record.
As a senior code officer, it might be my ears or something, I don't know.
Okay, so what am I doing here? Imposing the fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 48. Case number CE22020010. Case address 524 Northeast 17th Way. Owners Jay and Catherine Godbold. This property was cited on 2/4/22 to comply by 2/19/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $3,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case, case number CE21120669, case address 1101 North Rio Vista Boulevard. Owner John Johnson. This case was cited 1/15/22 to comply by 1/30/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $3,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 50. Case number CE22020013, case address 708 Southeast 7th Street. Owners David Harris and Melissa Harris. This case was cited on 2/4/22 to comply by 2/19/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $3,600 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE22010473, case address 2348 Northwest 15th Street. Owner Anna Haas Realty Trust, Tamar Group LLC trustee. This case was cited on 1/20/22 to comply by 1/21/22. One section not complied at $250 per day. $11,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation.
Okay, so ordered.
Case number CE22010475, case address 2349 Northwest 13th Court. Owner Joseph Wendorfer. This case was cited on 1/20/22 to comply by 2/4/22. One section not complied at $250 per day. $11,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
The city is requesting to enter pages 53 and 54 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of compliant, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for March 24, 2022.
Thank you.
Ah.